We'll try to make it all the way to that tonight. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right. All right, I'm going to call to order the September 12th, 2024 meeting of the Fairfax County Architectural Review Board. To bring the meeting into order, we have to do a few procedural items. First is a vote of audibility for remote board member participants, and we do have a remote board member. Then we need to verify that each member that's participating remotely, we need to figure out if their voice is clear, audible, and appropriate at the volume for the meeting room, as well as the confirmation of their location and if their remote participation comports with the policy. So, Board Member Plumpy, can you please state for the record your location and reason you are participating remotely?
Sure. My name is Joe Plumpy, living in Fairfax Station, Virginia. That's where I'm taking the meeting right now, and I can hear you and see you crystal clear. The reason for me being here is still somewhat recovering from COVID. My wife and I both had COVID last week. As you can hear, I'm pretty congested still, and I thought for safety of others, as well as making myself as healthy as possible next time I see you guys. So that's why I'm here at my residence taking the meeting.
Thank you, Joe. I would entertain a motion. Mr. Burns.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Board Member Plumpy can be clearly heard and that his remote participation comports with the policy.
All right, there's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Orr. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Second. And feel better, Joe. Second is public comment time and limitations. The ARB needs to determine how long each member of the public will be able to speak during public comment periods. The public will be afforded the opportunity to comment after consent agenda items and after each action item, as is our standard practice. I would look for a motion to set that standard. Mr. Kalinsky.
Motion that each member of the public have 3 minutes to speak.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Zellman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries unanimously. Excellent. All right. One more notification and we can get really rolling. This meeting is being recorded and the recording will be posted online within 10 days. And last but not least, we start our meetings with the reading of Statement of Purpose and Intent of Historic Overlay Districts, and Mr. Burns has graciously agreed, as so often, to read it for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Historic overlay districts are created for the purpose of promoting the general welfare, education, economic prosperity, and recreational pleasure of the public through the perpetuation of those general areas or individual structures and premises that have been officially designated by the Board of Supervisors as having historical, cultural, architectural, or archaeological significance. Regulations within such districts are intended to protect against destruction of or encroachment upon such areas, structures, and premises, to encourage uses which will lead to their continuance, conservation, improvement in a manner appropriate to the preservation of the cultural, social, economic, political, architectural, or archaeological heritage of the county, to prevent creation of environmental influences adverse to such purposes, and to assure that new structures and uses within such districts will be in keeping with the character to be preserved and enhanced.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. All right, the items which will be heard in this meeting are set at the meeting as per the agenda. We have a fairly robust agenda in front of us. To proceed with that, we need to have an approval of the agenda. I would look for a motion to approve the agenda as submitted or to propose revisions to it. Ms. Mangum.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB approve the agenda for the September 12th, 2024 ARB meeting.
All right, the motions are second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Orr. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Excellent. We have an agenda. All right. Again, as I mentioned there, we do have a very robust agenda with consent calendar items, items for action, as well as workshops. I'm going to ask that applicants who are here for something for action that has been presented previously, either at a workshop or for a prior action item, that you keep your presentation to roughly about 3 minutes. Or a resubmission, if it is a new application, keep your presentation to roughly about 8 minutes. I will let you know as you start getting close to that time. That does not limit the amount of time the board has to ask questions of the application. We're just trying to keep the presentations to a tight, compact format there. I'll also ask for any members of the public that have comment at the end of every one of the items on the consent and action item. I'll ask that question. If you do have a comment, just put up your hand. I'll make sure you get called on. If you do want to speak on behalf of one of those, please identify yourself when you do so. All right. Introductions and recognitions of guests. Daniel, we got anyone we need to introduce or recognize? All right. Any other announcements I'm forgetting? Perfect. All right. All right, well, then that takes us into our items for consent calendar. Our first one is ARB 24 LOR 14 8943 Lorton Road addition and alterations. This one is being represented by, well, not being represented, this is consent, but Stephen Bashfield is here that represents the application. And just a reminder, this is one that was previously brought to the ARB for approval, and the extension has lapsed, and they're requesting an additional extension at this point. Look if there are any members of the public that have a comment on this one. Not seeing any. And since it's consent, I would look for a motion if a member would like to make one. Yes, is my understanding. Mr. Zelman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move that the ARB approve consent item ARB 24 LOR 14 located at 8943 Lorton Road, tax map 10640100058 in the Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district for the proposed alterations and addition as submitted and presented at the September 12th, 2024 ARB meeting. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of the memorandum of agreement of the Lorton Laurel Hill eligible district and zoning ordinance 3101 historic overlay districts. And this approval shall be valid for 4 years from the date of final approval as stipulated in the Fairfax County zoning ordinance article 3 subsection 3101.6.C2A.
Right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Orr. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. All right, excellent. That takes us on to our next consent calendar item, which is ARB 24 LOR 13 9518 Workhouse Way fixture conversions. This is located in the Workhouse Way Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district. And this is a proposal to convert existing light fixtures on 12 buildings to LED light fixtures. This one was presented to us previously at a workshop session. We'll look if there's any member of the public that has a comment on this one for consent. I see, so I gotta make sure I got blinders on me back there. All right, if not, I would entertain a motion by a member. Ms. Hammack.
Mr. Chairman, I move that ARB approve consent item ARB-24-LOR-13, located at 9518 Workhouse Way, Lorton, tax map 1064010058 in the Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district for the proposed conversion of existing light fixtures on 12 buildings as submitted and presented at the September 12th, 2024 ARB meeting. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of the memorandum of agreement of the Lorton Laurel Hill eligible district and zoning ordinance 3101 historic overlay districts.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Mangum. All those in favor? Aye. If,
Comments for the public?
yes, for that one.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
Any objections? Any abstentions? None? Motion carries. Let me question myself. All right, that takes us on to consent calendar item number 3, ARB 24 LOR 16 9040 Powerhouse Road signage. This is again in Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district. This applicant is proposing the installation of exterior signs on building P5. The proposed signage includes a sign mounted canopy above the main entrance, which corresponds to the sign type C6 that was approved in the campus sign plan. This requires final approval by the ARB, however, even if it comports with the plan. I I've looked to see if there's any member of the public that has a comment on this one. All right, no member of the public with any comments. Barring any ARB member statements, I would entertain a motion.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB approve consent item ARB 24 LOR 16 located at 9040 Powerhouse Road, Lorton, tax map 107109H1 and the Lorton/Laurel Hill MOA eligible district for the proposed installation of exterior signage as submitted and presented at the September 12, 2024 ARB meeting. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of the memorandum of agreement of the Lorton/Laurel Hill eligible district and zoning ordinance 3101 historic overlay districts.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Burns. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Excellent. That takes us out of our items for consent calendar and into our items for action. Again, a reminder for presenters, if you have been here before, keep your presentation to 3 minutes. If you have not, please try to keep it to 8 minutes for your presentation. This first one is ARB 24 HUN 02 7121 Harrison Lane special permit. This is located at tax map 0924010006 in Hunley, HOD. The applicant is requesting ARB recommendation for approval of a special permit for a proposed 50% setback reduction along the south line of the property. Kirk Gilroy represents the application. I'll just point out that this is one that's going to be tied to the second item for action as well, which is the proposed construction and addition that we'll talk about separately. So first is that, all right, up. Sure, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask, so that I'm clear in my understanding, should I make a single presentation or two presentations?
I would say let's try to keep it to one, and then we'll just move from one action item to the next one since they're part and parcel tied.
Oh,
Probably don't have a lot to say about this special extension except for explaining why you want the accommodation, I would imagine.
right. But yeah, thank you for having me. My name is Kirk Guillory. I'm a licensed architect in Maryland, DC, and Virginia. And I was able to thread the needle through the traffic to make it here almost on time. And I've been hired by the property owner, the single family residence on Harrison Lane in the Huntley district. And the purpose of the project is to add on a 2-car garage on the south side of the existing home and to make it compatible and agreeable to the scale and features and character of the existing home. The reason for the special permit is that the desire of Mr. and Mrs. Rudy is a 2-car garage. And so that inherently is going to encroach the 15-foot south property line setback. And we're proposing that the encroachment be less than 50% or right up to 50%. So that means a little bit wider than a 2-car garage and extending 19 or a little bit wider than 19 feet and extending within 7.5 feet of the south property line. The depth of the garage is normal of approximately 23 feet. And above the garage is proposed as on the left side, above the garage is proposed a storage room above, accessed by an interior stair inside of the vehicular garage. So that's the basic premise of it. If you go back one slide, please, to the plat. The area that's highlighted in a faint yellow is that garage that is proposed, which would compromise the 15-foot setback down to 7.5 feet on the right-hand side, which is the south side. And you can see the footprint of the existing home. We have other images that show the proximity of adjacent homes, and if you're familiar with this neighborhood, it's not cramped at all in terms of comfortable distance between homes. So the photographs give an indication of that. We also produced in our office some three-dimensional aerial views that are to scale, and they show the character of what is proposed, and then also the proximity to the neighbors' homes to the left and right. So, yeah, this is probably one of the best slides that we have that give an indication of closeness. And the views on the bottom do show, and thankfully it's very difficult to see actually what is proposed to be added. Maybe it's easy for you to point out now that you've looked at the plat. But the character of the home on the 2/3 of the image on the left-hand side is the existing home with a awning and canopy above a entranceway. And so that entranceway is extended over toward the garage and provides a little bit of a canopy to add some compatibility with the existing home. And the existing home, it has both vinyl and composite shingle siding, composite roof. There are corbels that support the gabled roof edges. And so it's pretty straightforward. It's sensitive to a historic district community, but it's not, I would say, extremely significant in terms of the exterior features. And that's probably true for the homes to the immediate left and right. It's not within the view shed of the historic mansion that gives the name for this historic district. So that, in a nutshell, it's about what we're proposing. These are some of the either fixtures, paint colors, shutters, corbels that would match the existing home. Would be exactly a replica of that. 2 garage doors there with translucent glass. So that's pretty much the basic presentation.
That's perfectly fine. That's plenty to give. You don't have to, since we have all the materials too, you don't have to always go to the 8, so that's perfectly fine. Before I go to board members, I would ask if there's any member of the public has a comment on this application for action or recommendation for action, and then other application. Seeing any, I would look to the ARB members, and since we're going to take these by both special permit recommendation and then the addition, just keep that in mind that we'll have to do 2 separate votes for those. But so look for members if they have questions or comments on this one.
Some questions.
By all means, Mr. Kalinsky.
Is there, you're asking for a special exception here? Are there any extenuating circumstances, or is there any reason why you couldn't design something to meet the program that didn't ask for that exception?
Probably and maybe the property owners would be able to add to this. And what they shared with me would be that if the proposed garage addition, number one, if it were made smaller, that would make it fit within the property setback, and which is not a desire. If the addition were moved toward the backyard and there's the constraint of you might recall from the site plan that there's an existing swimming pool there. And further back, there's I guess a riparian or creek area that's beyond that, which is 60% down the length of the lot. So it's tight.
Right. So the creek limits you, if I'm not mistaken, I'm assuming that's a natural watershed.
Yes.
And therefore you'd have a 100-foot RPA,
Yeah, that's something that I haven't verified, but that's probably going to be found to be
which
true.
would push you forward, and then the pool,
Mrs. Rudy says yes.
okay, and then the pool, look, and the pool position is such that you know, short of pulling the pool up, you're not going to be able to locate the garage back in that area. Okay. All right. So you have some restrictions.
Right, those would probably be the
Okay.
biggest hindrances to making it comply.
So then that begs the question, you're now asking to get a little bit closer to the property line than you're allowed by right. Has there been any response from the neighbor? Is there any support letter? Is there any letter against? Is there any issue with the neighbor?
Oh, all right. Is it okay for me to ask the property owner?
Just act that you and you just identify yourself for the record.
Easy enough.
I'm Lauren Rudy. I'm one of the property owners.
I'm the other property owner, Daniel. Yeah, so we've not yet approached the neighbor about this project. We have a very good rapport with them. It's the same property owner, actually owns both homes that are adjacent to ours. And yeah, I just want to emphasize that I'm extremely familiar with the neighborhood. I run it pretty much every day. And I run up to the historic mansion and it's completely out of the view shed. I'm also very familiar with GIS. And I know that if I were to load this into ArcGIS, it would be out of the view shed. So there would be absolutely no visibility of this addition from historic Huntley Mansion.
Well, I'm asking just because we're being asked to approve or recommend approval of a special exception here is the first part of this. And I just, in the past, the neighbors have either supported or fought vehemently against it. And that's why I'm asking where that lies with you and your neighbors. I mean, do you have so you haven't approached them yet? They don't know about this.
Well, so if I can just add briefly, so Daniel's absolutely correct. The same property owner owns the properties on both sides. They're also renting out both of those properties.
Okay. All right.
They
So
physically live in.
both properties are rentals. Okay.
And just to interject, the other track that we're on outside of planning, Fairfax County planning, is zoning. And so we're in the midst of that special permit process. So inevitably there will be a neighbor notification, a formal notification, and to elicit any objections.
Yeah. And just I'm gathering facts here. I'm not making an argument for or against. I'm just gathering facts here to be able to see what all that's going on, what position you are in the process, and if you've had any pushback or, okay. All right, those are my questions about the special.
Yeah, Daniel.
I do just want to clarify, it's a special permit, not a special exception.
Sorry, special. I work in various jurisdictions. They all have different names for all their zoning.
EZA for.
Okay. Special permits.
Yeah, I was just, I think for the sake of, since we have two action items, if there's any other discussion, particularly on the special permit, Mr. Burns.
This strikes me as we're being asked to consider the cart before the horse. I'm a little reluctant to recommend approval of, or suggest that we recommend approval of the special permit without the greater number of facts like Mr. Kalinsky noted. It strikes me that this is a neighbor thing and we're stepping into it. We're not the neighbor, not the adjacent homeowner. And so I would be reluctant to recommend approval.
But yes, Mr. Kalinsky.
At the same point, our role in this, in recommending approval, doesn't necessarily require the neighbor's consent at this point or action at this point, because they will have an opportunity still in front of the board in order to do it. So we're not overriding their rights if we were to do it. I think I'm assuming our approval is really based on, do we think this is the appropriate architectural treatment of it, and therefore,
In light of the historic overlay district.
yeah, and therefore we'd be willing to tell them that it's okay by us, unless I'm reading that wrong. So,
I just want to clarify, so we're writing a letter of recommendation to BZA for this setback.
There's no letter.
So what are we approving?
We would vote to provide a recommendation or a non-recommendation.
To what board?
It's to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Board of Zoning, BZA.
Yes, and then Heritage Resources staff are involved in the review process, and we cite the ARB review and decision.
Okay, and they sometimes don't agree with us.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
the ARB is just requiring by the zoning ordinance to review and recommend.
I don't want to recommend an approval for the setback unless we have a design that we can approve at the same time. So if we're not okay with this design today, I don't feel comfortable approving, writing a letter of recommendation for the setback. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And yes, Ms. Soar.
And I feel very strongly for setbacks. They're in place for a purpose, and I'm an architect too. And I cannot vote yes on something that I feel very strongly that, because I have to work in setbacks all the time. And I don't know, I'm just, to give my, stamp of approval, I can't clearly do that in my mind. So.
And then Mr. Zelman, I think you.
Yeah, I'm probably in the minority. That's okay. I'm used to it. I don't have a problem approving it without approving the design, because we could always not approve the design. Like the setback can be recommended and then they still have to get approved of the design. We still have to approve that, even if we recommend the setback. So I'm just talking about the special permit right now. I'm not talking about the addition, but
Do we, I haven't been on the board, I've been on the board less than a year. It typically, when we write a letter of recommendation to BZA, is there a hardship requirement?
What?
Like,
I would ask
do
Daniel.
we have to find that the constraints of the lot or what they're asking for, like,
That would be for a variance.
that's for a van. Okay, I think you know what I'm asking. Okay.
The special permit is the required zoning application for a reduction in setback requirements.
So I'll add, and I think this kind of bleeds into the question about the design, but I do agree with, you're not in the minority, at least the two of us, that I think we could potentially approve or recommend the special permit without approving the design if we don't feel it's sufficient. And one of my questions is, do we think we have enough sufficient design information in the design to approve the design? I don't personally feel like, but I am not an architect, I'm an architectural historian like yourself. I don't know if there's enough for me to understand building the addition based on the materials we had provided to us in the packet. That said, if I look at it through the lens, I think of Mr. Kalinsky was thinking about it, that we're looking at this from the ARB's role in the historic overlay district. This is a lot in this HOD that I am not as concerned about the setback as I would be in other HODs that are all contributing properties, like Hallam Hills, where every property is contributing for the most part, and any setback change encroaches on another historic property, whereas in this situation, it is a lot very distant from the actual property that the HOD is designed to protect. So the encroachment, I actually thought more of the same thoughts that Mr. Kalinsky did, is, well, it's a neighbor thing, but I also agree with his point. That's not technically our purview, is, intervening. That's the BZ's role to weigh in on that. So I'm seeing the site constraints. I don't have an issue with the recommending it for my vote. But I do have concerns about if there's enough material in the design here to say that this is sufficient, just given the fact that we want to make sure whatever we approve design wise is a sufficient design to see that actually what's approved gets built.
I have enough information to understand the design, but I'm not happy with it. I could not approve it today as presented.
Are there any other questions on the special permit?
Joe?
Yes, Joe. Sorry, Joe.
That's right. I raised my hand physically and electronically, but still no response. That's okay. So, anyways, personally, I understand why you want the setback, and that doesn't overly concern me, but but to convince me that if it is acceptable, is in the existing photographs you sent, you have some gorgeous, looks like an oak tree that's on your neighbor's property and so forth, that are real on the property line. How much, we're just looking a setback. So before I can feel comfortable about even approving that, I'd like to see what kind of grading ramifications would be on the existing large mature trees, which is, I think, more of a fabric of the historical district than the homes themselves, since these homes are, quite a bit younger than the large oak trees and so forth right there. That's number one. Number two, you do have an air conditioner unit there. Where's that going to fall? Is it going to go within that 7-foot setback area of the news? That's the small side yard now. And number three, have you ever thought about stepping back the top part of the addition, because you're gaining livable square footage? It's more than a garage. It's actually a garage plus a bonus room above it. It appears in your architectural elevations. Number four, you got lumber sitting in the driveway. Are you ready to build this thing no matter what, because the lumber is there? I don't know if it's pressure treated to build a deck in the back or something. And number five, I think I'm with number five here. Is the pool used? If not, could that be dismantled and put the garage behind the house? And lastly, have you ever considered a tandem garage? I'm a designer also in the urban environment. Tandem garages are one car's in the garage. They're both in the garage, but they're stacked behind each other as opposed to side by side. Therefore, you would not need a modification to your setback at all. You could sit it in. You can sit it in beside your house currently as it is setback. Those are my thoughts.
All right. I heard a lot of questions in there. I think there were 6 at least. So I would particularly tree. I know obviously there was the question about the setback, the pool. So if you all want to try to give some feedback on some of those.
Yeah, I'll take the low hanging fruit. The condenser, there's not a need to place it on the south side. It could easily be in the backyard and still function well. For the setback of the upper story, we haven't really talked about that, of course, but that's something that structurally could be done. It's feasible. And for the tree and the tandem parking arrangement, and what else was?
Swimming.
This parking arrangement and also the use of the pool.
The swimming pool is very much used.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have no intention of filling it.
Okay, no problem.
And the pressure treated wood that you saw I used to replace a fence that was falling down.
Okay.
And I'll also note that this property has very little impervious surface. We actually have a gravel driveway, whereas all the other properties on the street are paved.
Okay, that's fine. That's good news. And then how about the tandem garage thought, and also the I think
The tree?
yeah, the existing trees that are very close to your property line or on your property. I can't tell which.
Yeah, so I'm actually an environmental guy, so we don't cut down any trees at all on our property ever.
I understand, but you're going to impact it potentially.
And that oak tree is not going to be near the footprint nor near the grade of the proposed garage.
Is it on your property or the neighbor's property? It's hard to tell.
It is on the neighbor's property.
Okay, that's good news. So keep in mind is the drip line, I'm a landscape architect, so I'm also an environmental guy. So we're lockstep on this question here, is that, it is within the drip line. You're going to have to dig down 3 feet for your footing for 3 to 30 inches, 3 feet to 30 inches for your footing and so forth. And that may affect some roots. So if it is, that's what I'm saying. The setback would be great to look at the tandem garage option. I'm not saying it's going to be an issue for the tree. I'm just saying in general, are there more trees behind that larger tree? That's hard to tell in the photograph. That would be impacted because it's closer to the addition.
There's another large longleaf oak that's about 20 feet behind that tree. That is about,
Incoming voice call from Susan.
It's about 15 feet behind the fence paddock that I think is visible in that photo.
Okay, on your property or not?
That is most likely a shared tree.
Okay, so that may be the most affected one, perhaps. Okay, got it. And so tandem garage question? No, it's
I don't
covered.
think you heard them, Joe, but the reaction from the homeowners was, it didn't seem, they were,
Okay.
you mentioned it briefly, but you want to clarify whether or not that was something, they indicated the swimming pool was of great importance, which I think also was partially reliant on your tandem garage idea.
No, the tandem garage could be built without affecting the swimming pool, of course. It would just pull it out of the side yard. You know, it'd be
Okay.
the same depth because your garage is 28 feet deep. So you can make it a little, you can even push the garage forward if you wanted to, because you do that setback possibility in the front. If you wanted to do that. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be a designer here, but you could do a tandem garage that pulls forward because your setback is, you know, you could line it up with the, I'm just saying. But anyways, I was more concerned about the trees because those seem to be more historic than the house itself, meaning the more the typology of the historical district. If I can feel comfortable that they're not going to disturb, I could possibly support this setback. Done.
Yeah. So I think unless there's any other board members that have a comment, particularly on the permit, I think there needs to be a decision made on a vote regarding the permit, so that if the ARB is not going to recommend the permit, then a discussion on the design would probably make no sense. We'd probably recommend deferring it at this current point. So yeah, and I think this one might, unless there's any other member that has a comment, we'll probably have to do a roll call vote too, if that's the case. I don't want to force us into a vote, but I wanted to ask if there were any other questions to kind of get to that way, because I want us to design a project, obviously.
Can I ask?
Yes, absolutely.
This question, I don't know if anybody will know the answer, but on a special permit, are you allowed to go more than 50% of the setback? Okay, and the setback's 15 feet.
Yes.
Are you only encroaching 7.5 feet into the setback, or are you encroaching?
Correct. And that was under the advice of the zoning department, the zoning administrator, that there actually is a bracket that if you stay under asking for 50%, up to 50%, that brings more favor to BZA.
So you're asking less than the 50%?
Up to the 50%. Maybe it's
exactly 50%. I'm okay with that. It's just one of the diagrams I saw, I thought it was 8.5 feet encroachment and 6.5 feet of.
There's 7, a part of the proposed garage would be 7.5 feet. And then toward the east end, it would be 7.9 feet. So it's a little bit skewed from the south property line.
Okay.
7.5 and 7.9.
Can I say something real quick before we bring it to vote? This is Joe.
Sure.
Yes. Just so quickly, there is a benefit to having a garage. It takes all the clutter out of the driveway, as in cars and so forth. So perhaps that's a bonus because that preserves the visual cleanliness of the historical district. So that's a favorable comment to the applicant.
Okay, so you're not asking more than 50%. So I'm sorry, I thought I'd seen a dimension on one of the drawings that pushed us further in. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Zeldin. Okay, I'm not seeing any more. I think unless you're wanting to defer your motion, if you want us to take it to motion, we'll take it to motion. The applicant can always say we want to defer it if you don't feel comfortable with us taking a motion.
What happens if we take a motion and they get denied?
At this point, Daniel, if we're not recommending this, then the point of us taking the action item up do you want to clarify to me what we would do in that situation?
What's the risk of them not deferring and taking the
I
motion?
mean, I think it just gets communicated to the BZA that we didn't recommend it, and then BZA can still do whatever they want.
Still could do it though, okay.
Zoning ordinance requires ARB review and recommendation. So the review will happen and then you could recommend denial. And that is a recommendation. And it is one of many reviews that is part of the special permit process that the zoning division will take into consideration.
I think we're more asking what happens next with the next item on the agenda, which is action item for the actual project.
If he approves it, then you.
So yes, if the ARB recommends denial of the special permit, and it goes to the BZA and the BZA approves the special permit, then they still have to have ARB approval of whatever is being constructed.
Okay.
So for the building permit requires an approval. Recommendation, there's more
Got it.
variance that can happen there.
Gotcha. I think as I understand it, if, depending on how the motion goes, it would affect the next item. If we are going to recommend it, then it's something that we'll need to be prepared to actually comment on and weigh in on. But if the board votes to not recommend it, I think you're going to have a hard time with the board voting to approve a project in an area where we're not recommending the setback exception, the permit, special permit. So, yes.
Can I just add some 2 cents
Sure.
in on here? I'm very familiar with your street and the area. I've lived on both ends of it, and I've traveled in between for over 20 years. Your little stretch is the nicest part of that area. I mean, otherwise you're backing up to apartment buildings, correct? And across the streets, the backs of townhouses, which are visible when the leaves are down and such. I see what you have. I think that there is a process in the county that they, can get this exception, or they're not asking us to approve it. They're asking the county to approve it. I think we could work within that exception to be able to come up with this. And I don't see the impact that this would have on the historic property in the district, because it is uphill further away. And, compared to everything else there, I don't mean to denigrate anything, but what you're asking is reasonable from everything else in comparison to the other structures in the area and how they affect the historic district. So I think it's possible for us to recommend this without any negative effect further on down the line.
Mr. Burns.
May I make a motion?
You may make a motion. Mr. Zellman was going to beat you to it if
No,
you didn't do
please.
it, but by all means.
This is
This is,
2102, right?
yeah, so too.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB recommend approval of action item ARB-24-HUN-02, located at 7121 Harrison Lane, Alexandria, tax map 0924010006 in the Huntley HOD for the proposed 50% setback reduction along the south property line as submitted and presented at the September 12, 2024 ARB meeting. On review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of zoning ordinance 3101 historic overlay district.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Mangum. So Zellman, will you track votes? I'm going to do a roll call vote on this one. So Mr. Burns.
Aye.
Ms. Hammack.
Aye.
Ms. Orr.
No.
Mr. Zellman.
Aye.
Mr. Daniel is aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kalinsky and Ms. Hammack, or Ms. Mangum,
The other one. Aye.
Ms. Hahn,
Aye.
Ms. Murray.
Aye.
Okay.
Mr. Plumpy.
And Mr. Plumpy.
Of course, yes, aye. Thank you.
Aye. All right. So the motion passes to recommend the special permit, and that would take us into our next item, which is the design itself. We've already had your presentation. I would ask members have further questions about the design, and I'll ask just for the sake of it, if there's any member of the public that has a question on the design. No? So then I'll open the floor to our members if they have design specific comments. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My observation is that the applicant is correct. This is out of the immediate visual view shed from the Huntley property up the hill. It is part of a continuum of properties along that side of the road. And I will note that this addition is on the side of the house opposite from the core of the historic overlay district uphill. And so I think that my primary concern would be that the addition be compatible with the existing structure more so than with Huntley. Because I think that will help make it blend in and not pretend to be something that it's not, which of course is a 20th century garage and a 20th century house.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. Vaughn?
I see on the floor plan, there are two window opening facing the neighbor's property, but on the rendering, you only have a window on the second floor. Oh. So that will have a window on the first floor, but rendering does not have those windows.
And that's probably our inconsistency. I believe the Rudies are in agreement with the two-dimensional facade view that has 3 windows on the south face. Is that correct?
So you do proposing window on the first.
Yes, they may not show up on the 3-dimensional aerial view, but what we're looking at here is what the Rudies are proposing.
I do have another question, is more correlated. It just because I'm not familiar with the residential building code. So now you are encroaching to the setback. Is any treatment needed to happen to that exterior wall and the opening on?
Yeah, that's a good question. And you're actually ahead of my thinking in terms of code compliance. And it may turn out that does need to be a rated wall, at least a 1 hour rated. So the only way to achieve that is to have 1 hour or perhaps 3/4 hour or a 20-minute label glass, which is expensive on those windows, but it can be done.
This gets to the question I want to put to there. So I don't mind renderings, but this board is loath to approve anything that relies on a rendering, as we have had situations where those things are not built as they are rendered. And looking at these materials, I didn't feel like there was enough documents to actually complete construction of this addition. And we hold any of our other applicants to a standard of making sure we have everything we need to construct that project. And that was my worry here. But again, I highlight that I'm not an architect. I'm an architectural historian. I have to wait for the architect typically to die to really do anything exciting. No, you guys are fine. Don't go anywhere. But that being said, with that in hand, like you're talking about the point about the fire rated wall, I'm not seeing that sufficient detail here. And that worries me about making this something that I could approve at this time. And I kind of would put it to our architects as well, if that's something you all observed or if I'm missing something.
I've noticed that there's no rear elevation shown.
Right, and it was my understanding, and it could be faulty understanding, that was not the concern of the ARB.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Presentation and the amount of detail in it strikes me more as what we would see in a workshop,
Yes.
not for final approval. And because of that, I share your concern about approving something where we don't have all the facts.
And I think I understand where your line of thinking is going. Obviously the board's concern is the historic overlay district, the effects of those properties. However, since it is an architectural board and we're supposed to be approving plans for construction as part of the building permit process, we don't want to rely on conjecture. We want to approve exactly what's going to be constructed because, I refer back, we've seen things get built that are not what we have approved. And I'm not saying you're going to do that, but I want to make sure that that is the thing so that it is, one, it comports appropriately, as well as it's, excellent design in that sense as well, but also thorough design. So, Ms. Hammock, and then I'll get you, Mrs.
Back to the elevation, front elevation. I don't want to belabor this proposal because it's not a historic building, but I also don't feel comfortable proposing an addition that I don't think is appropriate. When this comes back to us, which I think we're going to vote to defer it, and we'll get more information from you about construction and details and all the elevations and floor plans, but I'd really like to see the roof line lowered from the main portion of the building. If you want the headspace, then I would be comfortable with dormers. I think the garage should read subservient to the main core of the building. I would not recommend bringing over the porch overhang because again, that gloms the garage into the main house visually instead of having it read secondary. And then I don't really understand how the glazed garage doors are, I mean, very modern. I mean, even though your home is modern, the idiom is not modern. Maybe it's colonial revival, or I don't know, very watered down colonial revival. But I would like to see garage doors where only the top panels are glazed and the rest are solid, a little bit more traditional. So yeah, when you come back, those are the changes I'd like to see when you come back to us. If I feel most strongly about lowering the roof line.
Mr. Zelman, you look like you had a.
Yeah, my comments separate. I don't necessarily disagree with what Ms. Hammock said, but I'm the lawyer on the board. So I'm more focused on us being consistent on things, as I like to say. And I do think, for sake of consistency, that we don't have enough of the information I think we need at this point. So I would echo those concerns that others have raised and just make sure that, you know, I think you can easily provide that information, but I just don't think we have enough right now.
A few other items that I would observe that we've said in other reviews, even for non-historic properties that are getting additions. We are not big fans of shutters that don't actually cover windows. So you have a 2-bay window that's got a set of shutters. The shutters, you know, I know it's not historic, but it's still a little weird in its own right. I agree with Ms. Hammock about when I initially saw the elevation, I had hoped the garage was slightly set back and subservient. I didn't think about the roof line necessarily being the solution, but that might be one as well. But it definitely feels like the house is getting dramatically bigger as opposed to kind of dynamically growing with that addition on it. I think there's a way to do that that's more subservient, as she said. So I would also agree on that point.
Can I ask a clarification?
Yes.
So you're not objecting to the existing shutters on the existing portion of the house. You're talking about the addition.
Yes.
Shutters, right? Okay. Thanks.
No, we definitely can't make you rip the shutters off your home. We're not that kind of board.
I don't think you necessarily need to put shutters on. I mean, you could have windows without shutters on that addition, but if you have shutters, think like if there was a windstorm, to have them close and meet in the middle.
Yeah. And it's the fact that you have two windows abutting each other, so the shutters wouldn't actually, the other ones at least give the illusion that they would do what they're supposed to do. And Joe, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you so much. If you can go real quickly, because I don't want to drag this out, I think it's going to defer also. But can you just go to the plan view, please, of the addition? The interior plan view. Not the side elevation. There you go. There's a set of steps there. So, and you do have a kind of a tandem garage already because you have a garage on the back of the house there. I'm assuming for lawnmower access or something like that. So you do have enough depth to potentially do two small cars on the right-hand side. But how does a car on the left-hand side fit if the stairs are there? Or is it the height of the stairs allows you to tuck underneath the steps that go?
Right, you can, yeah, the ladder you're able to tuck underneath.
Okay, it'd be good to show that when you come back. Can I make a deferral recommendation at this point?
I would ask if there's any other
Oh, I'm sorry,
members
apologize.
that have any other comments on this action.
Just one quick comment. I think part of being subservient and deferential to the original structures, if you were able to break that front plane, the further you push it back, the less it's going to affect the big oak towards the front. So I see the benefit of that.
Mhm.
That's all.
And I would add before, Joe, if you want to make a motion, it's usually at least my practice since I've been chaired that I always want to ask the applicant that, you know, are you okay with us deferring this because we do not feel there's sufficient information, or do you wish for us to take it to vote? Because we can take it to vote, but it sounds as though several members would vote to deny. If deferral means we're just saying, bring that back with this information.
I'm agreeable to deferral. And I feel like I'm using your time for a working session, as you alluded to.
It wouldn't be the first time it's happened to us. Yes.
Daniel, do we have to take a formal vote to defer, or can the applicant choose to?
It would be helpful.
Daniel always prefers a vote.
Okay, that's just asking.
So Joe, if you want to make that motion, you may make that motion now.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB defer action item ARB 24HUN01 located at 7121 Harrison Lane, Alexandria, tax map 0924010006 in the Huntley HOD as submitted and presented at the September 12th, 2024 ARB meeting. The motion is deferred to the lack of architectural information to fully understand the architectural fenestration of the outside of the building. Period.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Zellman right here. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much, all three of you.
Thank you, board. You've treated us very graciously.
Appreciate all the context. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, that takes us on to item 5, ARB 24H. It is item 5, right? No, item 4. Sorry, didn't mean to skip you, poor Sally Port. Item 4, ARB 24 LOR 12. Oh, I know, I'm skipping another one. Jumping. Don't get excited, Sally Port. Excited Workhouse Way utility connections. All right. It's technically, correct this, ARB 24 LOR 15. 9518 Workhouse Way utility connections. This is the applicant proposing gas and electrical connections under the open air pavilion of the kiln yard located behind building 7A. Mr. Ian Schmidt represents the application. Mr. Schmidt.
Board, ARB, thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my presentation. My name is Ian Schmidt. I'm the Director of Glass and Ceramics at Workhouse Arts Foundation in Lorton, Virginia. If you're not familiar, Workhouse Arts Foundation is a nonprofit arts center located at the former Workhouse Prison campus. Our ceramics facility is particularly what I'm going to talk to you about tonight is a teaching program where we teach about 1,600 students with 12 instructors learning ceramic arts yearly. In 2017, we had begun to finish a project to construct an A-frame structure outside known as the kiln yard. The structure was completed under a previous ARB permit, and the project was itself about 90% complete. Completed with a punch list left need to be completed. Excuse me. The project was not completed by a previous contractor under these permits as these permits lapsed. There will be no changes to the structure itself that I'm proposing tonight. There'll be no additions, no visual things that will be going on. So most of my presentation is really photographs of the site itself. So please excuse me if I'm saying plans. The only plan that you'll see is really the structures that'll be underneath that you'll see. So going forward, the project itself, you'll see that's an A-frame structure that was erected. Those are 2 doors there that basically swing back and forth, already put in place. It matches the sort of red historic brick buildings that are around it. It's located in between the W7 and 8 building. So it's basically right in a small courtyard. It doesn't have really any visibility from outside of that kiln yard. We'll see that in some of the next images here. So if you go, this is the rear view where you just see the top part poking out. So as you come up to what we call the back part of the entrance, it's simply a wooden door with the top of the A-frame structure actually poking out. But otherwise, nothing visible will be changing from this view. Everything will be staying pretty much the same. Moving on. As you enter into the rear, you enter through some HVAC equipment that's there. There's some existing signage. Nothing's changing there. All the signage that's isn't staying in place. There's a fire hose connection right there. Again, staying the same. Nothing's being added or changed. Move forward. This is the proposed largest change that we'll be making, which is adding or actually putting in place a meter that was removed by the gas company due to the lapse permit and nothing being used. So that meter was pulled away. So we're going to be formulating a load letter to put a new meter on, and then having connections done by a new contractor that we'll be working with under the building permit to repull trays. So next slide. What that meter is going to service is 4 gas kilns. Well, really one that's in place right now. The Workhouse Arts Foundation only has one in place. Some of the modifications that we've done to this that I've had done with our is going to be the addition of some safety systems. So we're going to be putting in electrical emergency solenoids. The equipment itself actually has pressure switches that, for any change in the pressure of gas that's coming in. immediately cut off any gas that's going into the kiln. It'll also be supervised under this whole time period by a Workhouse Arts Foundation employee. And they currently, there's one in place that's we're going to be connecting, and a second one that's a smaller version of one of these kilns. But there's 4 pads total. So all of this was already constructed, put in place, and we're going to be bringing it up to some of the current codes. So that's really the goal of what we're going to be doing. So you can move forward to the next one. As you walk in under, you'll notice visually lighting's in place. Everything is basically almost ready to be connected and finished up. Under there, you'll see one of the smaller kilns that's in place that is going to be connected after the first one is connected. We can move on to the next one. These kilns, again, you'll see the far one on the far left there. That kiln is what's already in place. It was bought about 15 years ago, put in place as the workhouse was undergoing this project. Delays, financial constraints, and some things have kind of kicked it back quite a bit. So I was brought on as part of the project to really take this across the finish line. So what this will serve is these students doing larger, different work, and part of the real big push of my role in the workhouse is actually pushing a more economic idea of the workhouse as an incubator for small businesses in the area. So this is kind of a key plan for us to have rental space and flex space for some of our smaller artisans to grow small entrepreneurial businesses that are located in the Occoquan Valley. So you can move forward. Just showing you a quick little overview of some of the points that we'll be working on. First, top left image, that's the actual safety system that's located on the piece of equipment. These are UL rated pieces of equipment that have a certification, and they come to us with all these control systems and safety systems on them. So these are monitored by someone who's there while things are being fired. The disconnects that are in place are located right next to it. Basically, with a professional contracted electrician, we're going to be hardwiring some of that into our facility, into the kiln. You'll see some of the exposed wires, things that were kind of left undone by the previous contractor. So the goal is to tighten all this, check all the electrical connections, make sure everything's good, and connect our lighting and get things running. On the bottom, you'll see some of the panels. Again, the paneling's in place, everything's there ready to go. Finally, you'll see the rear of our combustion system of this Bailey gas kiln. So right there, that's our combustion train. So you'll see the connection on the bottom right there that's basically going to be tied in to our gas kiln. So that'll be one of the things we'll have a professional licensed plumber coming in to do. And we're trying to put this under one contract. So we'll have one contractor. And again, like I said, a punch list of items. You can continue on. You'll see the previous letter here. This was one of the previous letters of approval that gave permission for us to go forward with this project. So again, I'm kind of here resubmitting this project to kick us off into the building permit so then we can start to pull trades. So again, there's no real infringement that we're going to be doing under this permit to change anything visually from the structure that already exists.
Okay.
So this is the view from the quad.
About a minute left.
Okay, this is the view from the quad. If you're ever going to the Workhouse Arts quad, this is what you would see coming in. So directly behind there is our kiln yard. So there's nothing, again, nothing changing, nothing coming up visually. Continue on. And again, the project summary there. So basically, just to kind of keep it brief, finalizing this project kind of brings us across the finish line of about 15 years of work on this. So we're really just trying to take this across the finish line. And once everything kind of follows through, I anticipate a pretty short time of actually getting this all done since we're so close to being finished. So I want to thank you for their time, and I'm willing to answer any questions about the workhouse or this project.
All right. Thank you. Right in time on the money there. Is there any member of the public that has a comment on this item? Let's never get the public anymore. All right, so no comments in public. I would look for any members of the ARB. I would remind folks that we do have a current letter also from DDHR on this, reaffirming the finding that was previously made. So, Ms. Murray.
Having spent a lot of time on this a long time ago, I think this is wonderful. Let's approve it. Let's get going. Let's get the kiln fired.
I have one question. It takes hours. I'm not a ceramic expert, but it's my understanding it takes hours for things to be fired. So I imagine these will be running overnight. Am I right?
So the way that we're trying to structure is firings will begin early in the morning. So most of it would be running in the day. You typically reach a high fired point. You start to shut off and the kiln does sort of an idling. You then you,
Total number of hours in the kiln is long, but the kiln's not pumping gas the whole time on.
there's potential for some of that to be going, but not, no, it's basically using the insulation of the kiln itself to cool itself down. So that's the way it's built. It's built out of the same stuff Space Shuttle's built out of. So this stuff basically.
Project. That's really interesting.
There are, this one?
Is there a target to substantial completion date?
I don't have one yet. Again, first part of this project. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's been a few.
They need us to get out of the way, so. All right, now if there are no other comments,
Yeah, I'll echo Ms. Murray's comments. I remember being excited in 2013 when we got the approvals there. I was literally there yesterday, and it's kind of sad seeing it quiet and empty.
I remember joining the board and this being one of the early projects that I saw at that time, so that's kind of wild too. So yeah, I agree, likewise.
Well, and just on that kind of quick comment right there, some of the things I've been doing is increasing a lot of our programming and offering a little bit more. So what the workhouse has been doing for a little too long is being a little insular. So our new goal under leadership is to open up a lot of more programming. So again, like I said, we host about 1,600 students. I'm targeting more around 2,500. So we're going to try and really double that in the next coming years here. We have a whole other load of projects, so you'll probably see me again.
Yesterday, your building was the most active in use.
It always is. Usually about 40 to 50 people that are greatly in this.
It's great.
All right,
Just another question.
yeah, sure.
What is the size of your kiln?
Like the dimensional size.
Now you're asking a personal question, because I know you're taking ceramics classes.
Yeah, so so I guess it's in total cubic feet is about, I think it's about like 30 cubic feet interior. Yeah, that's the one that's there right now. But we have electrical kiln space that takes us up
Somebody's bring it up.
somewhere in the 150.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
All right. Ms. Hammack would like to make a motion. By all means, Ms. Hammack, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that ARB approve action item ARB 24 LOR 15, located at 9518 Workhouse Way, Lorton, tax map 1064010058 in the Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district for the proposed utility connections as submitted and presented at the September 12, 2024 ARB meeting. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of the memorandum of agreement of the Lorton Laurel Hill eligible district and zoning ordinance 3101 historic overlay districts.
All right, we have a motion. Joe, is that you seconding it or?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I saw his hand go up. All right, seconded by Mr. Plumpy. All right, we have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Felt a little sad seeing Mark Holman's name and Linda's name though too.
Yeah.
Those letters. All right, so now Sally Ports. All right, so this is item number 4 now, ARB 24 LOR 12 8382 Sally Port Street Solar. This is in the Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district. Applicant is proposing an installation of 16 roof mounted solar panels. Dan Tarabeck represents the application.
I don't know that they're here.
Not here. So we probably need to make a motion to defer that one then, I assume, right? All right, Mr. Zellman,
Unless you want to approve as it was submitted.
it's not a consent calendar item. Mr. Zellman,
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move that the ARB defer action item, ARB 24 LOR 12, located at 8382 Sallyport Street, Lorton, tax map 1071 10J0013 in the Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district, as submitted and presented at the September 12, 2024 ARB meeting. The motion to defer is due to the applicant not being present at the meeting.
right, is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Kalinsky. All those in favor? Okay, those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Hopefully we'll see the applicant in October, I guess. All right, that brings us to, see, I already knew Elba was gonna come up next. So that must have been next. Number 5, ARB 24 HOL 227704 Elba Road alterations. This is in the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District. Applicant is proposing the extension of the roof and repair and replacement of existing wood deck and concrete patio. Mr. or Mrs. Kendall Dorman represents the application. Okay, yes,
Mr.
sure you go. Mr. Burns, I'm sorry. You may take the podium when Mr. Burns has to read the statement.
Okay, I, John Burns, under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3112B1 and 2.2-3115H, declare my personal interest in transactions brought before the Architectural Review Board involving the Holland Hills HOD, and specifically state the following for the September 12, 2024 ARB meeting. 1. Action item ARB 24 HOL 22 7704 Elba Road alterations, and workshop item ARB 24 HOL 23 WS at 2200 Glasgow Road roof mounted solar panels involve the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District. 2. The nature of my personal interest is that I own and reside in a home that is valued at more than over $5,000 and is located in the Holland Hills HOD. 3, I am a member of a group of 3 or more persons who are members of which are affected by the transaction. And 4, I am able to participate in the transactions fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. I'm sorry there, Mr. Kendall. Now the floor is yours.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, for clarification, I had the name before the Jenner kid did. And I'm just assuming, I haven't presented in front of Fairfax County for a long time. I've been around for a long time, but my name is Kendall Dorman. I'm principal architect at Weavenson and Dorman Architects. I'm registered in the quad state area, or tri-state area, being a district, a commonwealth state. But I'm assuming that everybody's familiar with Holland Hills, that I don't need to over-present. Okay, good. The owner is Chris McNamara. He's lived in the area for a long time. He's been, I think he's been somewhat participatory in the historic people of that area. He wants to basically extrude the roof on this existing single-family freestanding house, extrude that existing roof about 18 feet over what is a patio it's a patio off the door to the kitchen. If you can flip up, you can kind of see some of the existing areas of the house. So it's part concrete on the left. No, sorry, part wood on the left, part concrete on the right. He barbecues a lot, he entertains a lot, and he wants his structure basically to come over, protect him from the elements, maybe cool it a little bit, and kind of keeping within the historic fabric of the existing house. So there's a bunch of photographs here if you just want to kind of see what it is now. And then this is a rendering of kind of what it's going to look like, taking the roof out about 18 feet. We have beams, and we do have beams for options for the beams, either wood or steel. We haven't priced it out yet. We're bracing for the cost of steel, so it might be wood. But we have a ridge one and a couple on the ends, and then one in the middle, and then a post that comes down on the ends. Glass block walls on either side. The wood area is kind of for cooking, eating, and then the concrete area is for a sitting area. And he plans to put a big weatherproof TV out there and watch sports. You can,
okay.
Yeah, I
definitely appreciate a concerned presentation.
Other views, interior view, couple skylights on top, some fans to keep it cool and keep bugs away. We can just scroll. We can just keep scrolling. Now, the roof did get clipped there. That's because we had a preliminary call with zoning, and we thought we could call that an eave and get into the and get into that, and they didn't do it. So the roof is a little bit still in question, how it's gonna be, because we do have a setback and we do have this kind of, yeah, we do have the setbacks, the side setback and the front setback. So we're still kind of working through that. And then these are basically the permit set here. So I don't know how much explanation you want on the permit set.
We can go to members' comments and questions if you want. I'll just first ask if there's any member of the public to comment on this one. We're dwindling our numbers now, so I think we do. So with that in mind, I would look for members of the board that have comments or questions on this application. Mr. Zellman.
Yes, sir. I'm just trying to get a handle. It seems like it's mostly open air. Is there going to be some screened or glass portion?
We did work this out with zoning too. It's what they call, see, and I may get my terminologies mixed up with the different jurisdictions, but it's a privacy fence maybe, and it can be up to 6 feet tall, and it's allowed in those areas. So we do have the glass block on the right and on the left, but it's open to the street.
All right.
I-
Ms. Hemick, you're more than welcome.
I'm trying to figure out on Google Earth right now. So this faces the street. Am I getting that right? So this is highly visible.
Mhm.
Okay, so, my first thought is generally we don't want the original roof line extruded, right? Because it messes with the original roof line, okay. And then I'm thinking, are those glass blocks even under our purview? Because they're not walls,
It's part of the building permit, then the
but
whole thing is falling.
it's
under
not an
purview.
enclosed space. So is it like furniture or is it
I think
I'm
Daniel would say if it's coming in as part of a permit, then
gray area? Because the glass block, I see in the realtor's listing from this property that there was glass block in a bathroom elsewhere on the building. Is glass block an original feature of Holland Hills? No, I don't think so. But there probably is a fair amount of glass block in Holland Hills. Perhaps you can make the argument that glass block is mid-century, it's appropriate. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud. I don't know. I have hesitations about those glass block walls, and then before I dig in, I don't know if we even regulate them because it's not a wall and it's not enclosed.
Where are their glass blocks?
they're lightly shown in the rendering.
So they're not walls.
Oh, I thought they were screened.
No.
But it is I think it's,
On the plan, they're shown as.
as Mr. Kalinsky's saying though, it is a permanent structure that's being built. It's not a movable structure.
Okay, so because it's footed in the ground.
The way I would look to our lawyer and Daniel, if it's coming in under a building permit and coming to us, this is all those things fall within our purview at this point.
Fences are under our
Yeah.
purview, right?
Okay,
I mean, this would
All right.
be any different than a.
well then I'm
As long as it's coming with a building permit.
If zoning has determined that it meets the definition of a privacy fence, which up to 6 feet is allowable without a permit, then we as Heritage Resources staff don't have a mechanism to review that.
But that means they could build the glass walls, but not
Show it.
build the roof extrusion.
Correct.
So currently the whole thing is to us. And so,
But I don't know, I can't speak to the zoning determination.
okay, that's fair.
Okay, well, let someone else.
I have a
marinate on it.
Yes, Ms. Orr.
In the Alcoa house, they did this, right? They covered, is theirs extruded or is it at a different level?
It's very slightly different because the county required a greater depth on the structural members, and so it jumps up maybe that far.
Oh, so this part jumps up is taller than the regular house?
On the Alcoa house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Because the space at the Alcoa house was very pleasant. I can see why they want to do this. That was really a nice,
We look at that.
yeah, yeah,
We were told to look at it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice.
I think there's some elevations in the working drawings if you wanted to see those, but.
Well, so my reaction to it is I have some similar feelings as Ms. Hammock does, that I'm not, this is obviously almost all the houses in Holland Hills sit at unique angles on their lots. So yes, this faces the street, but there's also a huge portion of the rest of the house that faces the street. So there's angles at this property that are very different than what you would if prior applications we looked at today, which is front facade, boom, we've got that solved. Holland Hills never fits that mold. I'm concerned that it just comes right off the house and just keeps going with the roof line. I think I would have been more flexible with a separate structure that was creating a roof on that patio, of something that even was hyphenated between it somehow. But I just really, when it's the roof that's just going out, it just feels like it feels anathema to everything else that happens in Holland Hills, at least from my understanding of it. But I'm trying to think of the example that Ms. Orr is speaking of.
Do you remember the Alcoa house?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Okay.
So,
Got a view of it here if you. Or that.
okay. But I mean, that's my initial kind of thought on it. I also, I remember the other screening wall we approved that actually took from historic Holland Hills screening walls, actually really, but I feel like that'd be a historicism, but I also feel like glass brick might be too much in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Members?
I didn't recognize the glass. I don't know about the glass block. There's some great screening, looking again at the Alcoa house. I mean, there's some screening elements that are very interesting. Good.
Mr. Burns,
Exactly.
by all means.
It's illuminating.
I'm going to raise something that I react very strongly to that nobody else has mentioned, and that is the clipped corner. For lack of wanting to pursue it, we're apparently going to permanently impinge on the architectural design of a house because there's an artificial line through the grass that says thou shalt not cross. And this is an instance, and I went to see this house today. I mean, I could walk to it. It's not a big deal to go look at it. But there's nothing around it. The closest tree is probably 30 or 40 feet towards the street. Beyond it a little bit, there are some plantings roughly along the property line, privacy plantings, I would call them. But if this were to step into the setback and have a nice orthogonal corner like the rest of Holland Hills has, I don't think anybody would really notice it. I don't think it would be a serious visual impairment on the adjacent property. And that's the thing that bothers me the most.
So you'd have to go for.
I would strongly urge the homeowner to seek a special permit to step into just a little bit into the side yard setback. And it's going to be a column and a bit of roof.
Right.
It's not a huge protrusion into the setback.
Yes, Mr. Klinski.
I think the big conundrum here is it's the front yard, but it's being used as if it's the backyard. And I don't know how much the client, the purpose of addressing it this way, is he trying to resolve that and lessen the impact of the more casual use in the front yard, or does he just want to amplify the use of of his outdoor entertaining space? It just happens to be in the front yard. It's extruding the house, what's already a long house, further, seems somewhat bothersome just because you're taking a proportion and making it. I have some analogies, but it's not very fair to say. But you're just lengthening it longer than any other house that I'm aware of in Holland Hills, particularly the way it's placed on the lot, because there is just a long view from the street down that edge of that prior. Go back to, if you could, Jonathan. Maybe the other direction. One more in the other direction.
The photographs are on the front side, so they'd be before this. For the renderings, I think the renderings are before this.
Yes, and one right there. I mean, you can just see how long that is. I'd almost rather have it offset at this end. I'm not going to tell you how to design it, but I mean, there's something to differentiate the space. And if you could go again, two back to the rendering that shows the roof from afar. other direction, sorry. Right there. I think there may be bonus points given if you could find a way to handle those carts rather than emphasizing them.
We shouldn't have shown those.
But nonetheless, that's what they are.
There's a backstory to that, but,
Okay.
I mean,
These represent existing conditions.
yeah,
Well, that's the existing position.
yeah, and it's also real world conditions too, but.
Yeah, but it's some sort of screening on that, I think would, there would be, it would be helpful, just to.
I just don't know if I feel like it's truly sympathetic to the original. I feel like we're building off the original Holland Hills to go, what if they extended the porch off through like this? That's not a common trend to do that like that.
Are you asking me?
I feel like I am becoming every day more and more versed in Holland Hills, but I can't keep it in my head. So I guess it's up to you, John, because you do live there. Is this extended roof just?
Yes, there are other examples. In fact, there's an example, I think, 2 doors to the north.
And that, I think that assuages a little, I'm more in your camp than about, I don't like that cut corner. I just wasn't even going to talk about it because I didn't know if I liked the roof, the porch extension at all, because I didn't want to just artificially add more, roof line to the house when it, kind of didn't feel sympathetic. But that's me not, I'm getting a handle on Holland Hills, but there's only so much I can read when you all these books. Some of them you can't even buy because they're too expensive. I'd have to take out a small loan to get them. But yes, I think again though, I agree with Ms. Hammock though. I think the material underneath, the screening material in this current situation, I think that's where you lose me then. So I really feel like this design for me is not approvable at the moment. It's lacking what I would need to say yes.
What about like blinds that come, like in Europe, I imagine like blinds coming down during siesta time and these porches, like something that's hidden when it's open, so you keep the streamlined, but then, to make it a usable space with the solar heat gain, you bring the blinds down, and that could be really, like, I feel like the spirit of Goodman would be something like really cutting edge and sleek, and I'd rather see something that's really pushing the envelope than trying to fit in with some of this glass block, which is like a later, one could argue like an alteration that was done before it was regulated and isn't as thoughtful as some of the other alterations that have been done in Holland Hills, or even not nearly as thoughtful as Goodman's original design. So I don't know. I think I'm looking at the pictures from past years where there was this awkward fence, and I'm thinking, well, that looks so much worse than this proposal of an extended porch. And so I could definitely entertain the roof line being extended, but I don't want to see the glass blocks, and I'm open to some other screening element besides that.
I think one of the things that we lack, not having the owner here to explain how he chooses to use his property, is a weakness. We don't understand what this end of the house means to him. Why, as Mr. Klinsky pointed out, doing things that we traditionally associate with backyards in a front yard. Well, in Holland Hills, that may be the case.
They're in the round.
Yeah. These are houses that are 360-degree objects in the landscape. And sometimes what people consider to be the backyard ends up in the front. That's just the nature of the beast. But I think we are hearing what the owner wants filtered through your interpretation and renderings, but without hearing it directly from the owner. So that's a bit of a weakness. And also, this also strikes me like the Harrison Lane presentation, in that we're talking more like it's a workshop.
We're drifting into workshop.
And we're into workshop mode as opposed to, is this approvable?
And that's
as it is. And that's a difference. I would hate to say, but maybe we might consider deferral on this one.
Oh, I think that's good.
Because there are enough issues that I don't think you can fully answer tonight. And so that's an issue.
I'd be happy to try. I mean, I think this is a very restrained solution for just covering what he already has, basically, right? So we're not trying, and as an architect, we didn't get to have as much fun with this to put our stamp on this just because we were trying to extrude the existing house, keep it low as possible, not make a big statement of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do have a procedural question. Should I have come to you people first? And is that possible?
To come to us first?
Yeah.
In a workshop?
Yeah, that's always an option.
Yeah.
It's available on our website that applications can come either for full submission and approval for their building permit, or they can elect to come for a workshop for more complicated projects. I give Daniel his credit, and most applications that come in that he has any awareness of, staff tries to let them know, hey, you might want to consider doing a workshop for this. A lot of Holland Hills projects, I would say, go through a workshop first before they ever come to full approval. And it's the nature of the district, because it is our largest and it is the most complicated in the sense of, interaction with other adjacent properties. And I think that's what we're getting at, is there's not enough here, and based on the plans here, I think the board's saying we wouldn't approve what we have here. And the one option is for us to defer it, either elect to come back for a workshop if you feel like that's helpful, which is a much more free flow conversation, getting into what we're kind of what we're already drifting into, a back and forth design conversation. Or if you think you've got enough, you can come back for another submission and say, hey, I've heard all that you said in this quasi workshop session, and I think I have a better idea of how to attack those issues. Because I think many of us would agree with Mr. Burns' comment. I know I do. I'd rather see a whole roof, not a clipped roof. And I think unlike the other application, it seems there might be more favor for us to recommend a special permit for this situation, unlike the other one.
If this project didn't have the clipped roof, would you approve it? Because I need more information from you all right now. I have nowhere to go right now with what you're telling me.
What I'm hearing, I'll just try to summarize, is I think there's fairly decent dislike of the clipped roof. That's definitely something that I think folks seem is very off the Holland Hills theme. More information or ideas or approaches on the underneath and what that space is being used for, because the glass block seems to be something that a lot of members have some difficulty with, seeing as to why that is the material selected. Is there another way that we could go with that, is what I'm hearing as well. I think plans wise, that if the plans matched what you were going to build, I think there weren't many concerns with the documents themselves. You're an architect in the tri-state area, you know what you're doing with the plans. So that's not, some applications we're also telling folks, you need to come back with more information because your plans are lacking sufficient detail. I didn't see anyone bring that issue up with these. So if I missed something, but any of the other members, feel free to opine. I think that's really it. If you can come back with something, either the option was to come back for a workshop with a design or come back. Well, go ahead.
Well, two things. Has this gone in front of the Holland Hills architectural?
It wasn't required.
Not required?
Was it? I don't think it is. Okay. Well, that's what I was told.
I haven't been paying attention if that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
well, okay. In projects passed in Holland Hills, they've said it's been approved by the Homeowners Association Architectural Committee. That's one. The second one, have you considered a screen, some sort of screener like element on the part that faces, the largest part that faces the road?
Wanted that open so there'd be dialogue between, like a
Okay.
porch,
Just
like a front porch.
Mr. Burns.
This is a suggestion, but had you considered, since glass block is kind of a unique material, had you considered leaving that out of your design, knowing that you would not need a building permit to put it in later? I'm just saying, that's the reality of the situation. That's not something we have.
I appreciate that.
Brought it up.
You have a
Silly, wouldn't need it. I don't know the answer.
yeah. So Daniel has pointed out it's not guaranteed that you wouldn't need.
It may not need.
May not.
But
Well, I mean, regardless, the plan set presented today shows it with the clipped roof. And we have to have we also are not providing a recommendation for a special permit. So I would say at this point, you couldn't take a vote on this item. I think you're close. It sounds like I think what you've heard from us is this is a concept we're willing to work with.
Can you guys be more transparent? If I say, we'll put the roof back and we'll take the glass block out, would you approve it?
I mean, it seems like
In a workshop situation, we might say yes, but that's not what you're presenting to us.
I'm not hearing anyone tell you no, that seems like a bad idea.
It's not a non-starter.
Yeah. We're just, I can't guarantee you the board's.
There's a lot of options that take a lot of time to put together to have you got, to stab at the dartboard. And
yeah,
if I had, maybe I do go back and do the workshop with you, but right now, I mean, do you like this? Do you like that? Do you like?
And that's why,
there's 1,000 things I could do and 1,000 things you might not like.
And obviously I don't know how this came in through Plus, but I know that's something that we encourage. And Daniel, I don't know if you had a chance to, or this came into the system and you
came in as action.
Okay. So sometimes I mean, when folks contact him in advance, we will try to opine that, hey, we recommend a workshop session. And I trust Daniel's insight when he gets those where he can intervene on someone before they've submitted. But in this situation, yeah, it probably would have been better because you would gotten you got one. I would say this is a workshop session you're getting during our action agenda.
But if you came back to a workshop, you could present multiple options.
Yeah,
to
you
us.
could bring, here are the ideas we're considering, and you could get that kind of reaction from the board without having to require a motion. I think a lot of that depends on your applicant.
You won't have to build up your permit drawings either for a workshop. You can come in with us.
Yeah, you could come with a rough concept of what you're proposing. That's much less formal and requires not formal plan submissions. It just requires some kind of presentation. And Joe, you've got your hand up. Is that what you're trying to tell me, Daniel?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was going to say, I agree with everybody's saying, and it sounds like the architect will be patient for the workshop. My concerns is someone expresses, can you do some kind of screening of something from the roadway itself that is on the short end, so that gives them a sense of privacy as opposed to right now being exposed to the street. Right now, your deck is really just out there, and you'd like to keep that. However, I think like the Acola house, I just looked at it online, and it's an amazing house, just like this could be. But I think that they also have freestanding elements that are screening that are different than glass block, but they also will give them a sense of privacy from the public way or from views they like to shield. That's number one. Number two would be, let's take care of the trash containers too somehow creatively, instead of having them proud to the left there. I think, and when you come back, number three, when you come back at a workshop, can you do more to the plan on the outside of the building envelope? Because that is also part of the visual context that we're going to see from the roadway. And yes, I think that's, as a landscape architect, I would not support this as it is, clipped or no clip. I would want to see more ground plane, fenestration, screen walls, or whatever to give some kind of sense of privacy from the roadway. Thank you so much.
All right, any other comments or thoughts? So the options that are before us is we can take a vote on it for action, approval, denial. You kind of can pick up by the room that we would vote to deny right now is the impression I'm getting. I can't guarantee that. Or we can vote to defer it, meaning you would bring it back at a later date, whether for a workshop or another action item, with either presenting multiple design options or based on the information you got today, a revision and resubmission. I always ask for your preference because it seems the board thinks it's better to defer.
I would agree.
Okay.
Who do I set up a workshop with you?
Yep.
And
I live in Holland Hills. And most applicants who are going to come before us, workshop or whatever, they're welcome to talk to me, and many have.
Cookies.
Let's not throw that into the record.
No, you can't provide this. Come on.
It's a small hovel, only worth $500.
But whatever. Your applicant can meet with up to 2 of us at a time outside of this meeting. That's
And Mr. Burns is offering that if
I'm
he wants
offering
to,
that.
he could meet with John as well as any other.
There's another member of the board that I won't speak for who has also participated because that person lives close as well.
And I'd be willing to meet with you. I live close by, and I'd be willing to meet with the applicant also and yourself.
And we've had that happen before where that an applicant has met with ARB members in various HODs and they've come back for action, and it's, you know, it's something we would be more than happy to go with. So.
But the whole idea is to get to go. You know, to get, you want approval, owner wants approval, we don't like denying. So let's figure out a way to get there.
Sounds like a good suggestion.
I'm hearing the,
And there's a Charles Goodman symposium
That starts tomorrow.
tomorrow, 3 days. So,
I've been telling you guys about
Well,
it.
we'll save it for staff and board items. All right, so the applicant agrees that they're comfortable with deferring. I would entertain a motion to defer. We're gonna do a hat trick here with this. Ms. Zellman,
Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB defer action item ARB 20-24-HOL-22 located at 7704 Elbow Road, Alexandria, tax map 1021-1902-0024 in the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District is submitted and presented at the September 12, 2024 ARB meeting. The motion to defer is due to the need to have more information and changes to the application.
all right, we have a second for that. Seconded by Ms. Hammack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much, sir.
thank you very much.
All right, that takes us on to number 6, ARB 24 CTV 02 5634 Mount Gilead Road demolition. This is in the Centerville Historic Overlay District. The applicant is proposing the demolition of the Mount Gilead Carriage House. David Bukta?
That's correct.
Perfect. All right, represents the application. Welcome back, sir, and
Thank you very much. My name is David Bukta. I'm the Heritage Conservation Branch Manager for the Fairfax County Park Authority. And I just want to note that I am an architectural historian. I've been in historic preservation for 25 years, here for 8 years, and 11 years in Kentucky, overseeing the state capitol and the governor's mansion there. So been in charge of probably $40 million worth of historic preservation projects over the years. I know we had a workshop on this, and we went back and we looked at the situation even more critically, and we hope we've addressed all your concerns, and we'd like to go ahead and represent tonight the facts. Next slide. So we do know that there was a DC architect who constructed the carriage house around 1935-36. And at that time, Alvin Detweiler occupied the main house. And some of the work that was done on the main house at the time was done at the same time as the carriage house was constructed. So we acquired the Mount Gilead property in 1996. And we do know that there's communications internal that, you know, we really didn't have any purpose for the structure, and we didn't have a tenant in the house for quite a while, but then did put a tenant in the house for approximately 27 years. And during that time, the electrical and the heating was shut off to the carriage house. Lots of documents recommend that there's not much historic value to it. We didn't have funding for it at any point, and when I came to the county in 2016, the recommendation was to demolish or to renovate the building. So we looked at that, and that was about a $500,000 option at the time to consider even starting that process. But at that time, the building was about 70% lost. So again, we mentioned that we had a tenant there. He was responsible for the upkeep of the house, and he stored some of his lawn equipment in the carriage house. So because of that, we did not do much with the carriage house. He did not take care of the carriage house in any way, shape, or form, and it wasn't part of his lease. He was there for 27 years until the last couple of years. So here are our challenges. When we met at the workshop, we discussed HABS documentation, which would be a potential if the structure was not completely almost gone. There is a liability issue as well as most firms won't even go in it. So there was an architect there today who looked at it and said, no, I wouldn't go in it at all. It would cost between $40,000 and $50,000. We do not have an individual treatment plan or historic structure report for the carriage house. We have looked into those costs, but we would prefer to take any funds that we use to remove the structure. That's going to cost about $70,000 if we do that. We also had our planning and development department look at renovating, rebuilding the structure as is. That was going to be about $1.3 million with permits, architects, review, all of that. We have a current resident curator who's agreed to move into the house and invest approximately $221,000 into the house. So it's very difficult for us to look at, the 1.3 number and say that that's even something acceptable for us when we're okay with a $221,000 investment in the house. And even if the county decided to invest that type of resources into the structure, what would we do with it? It would just be a storage facility once again. So this is our location. You can see the driveway entry, the main house, and the carriage house is to the right. This was the condition in 2017. So you can see the main house there to the right, the carriage house. That's approximately how it looked about a year after I came to the Park Authority. And at that time, we did put some type of covering on the back of the roof to try to keep water from going into it. But we looked at options to repair the roof, and there was no interest in spending that money at that time. It rapidly decayed from there. Next slide. At that time, I had our photographer for the Park Authority get inside to the structure, and he was able to take the last pictures we have of the inside. So we have a lot more than these, but this is an overview of what we have. So even though we wouldn't have HABs documentation, we do have probably 300 or 400 photographs of the structure itself. Next slide. So you can see some of what was inside of it. A lot of this is actually from the renovation that was done over time. Some of these windows and doors now are completely destroyed. Those are not there any longer. On the ones on the right side, go back. Those recently, some of those walls fell in about 6 months ago, and that's all destroyed. We can move forward one. Again, these are all images. There is really no roof to the structure now. Basically 2 walls and 1 middle support. Even the steel I-beams that were in it have recently collapsed. So there really isn't anything holding it up. I would estimate now it's probably 85 to 90% already demolished. So in 2017, you can see we put this measure on the back to try to support the back part. That has fallen off since then, and there is no back part of the house. Just the carriage house. These are all 2017. We've looked at the remaining historic fabric, as it were, of the house, doors, things like that. We do have some people who are interested in taking some of the wood doors and repurposing them. We're going to take some of the wood trim in the carriage house because there's some elements in the main house that may be able to be recreated using that trim work. So because that renovation in 35 to the main house was about the same time as the carriage house construction. These are all really the best pictures we have from 2017. The rest of the pictures, it deteriorates pretty rapidly over the next.
Got about a minute left.
Okay, no problem. So recently, there's a tremendous amount of vegetation all over the building. There's debris in and around inside the carriage house that we can't get to. We have multiple animals inside of it, including turkey vultures who have taken over. So the house is pretty dangerous to go around because the turkey vultures will swarm at you. And because we are getting ready to put a curator in the house that has small children, 2 small children, we don't feel that's an ideal situation for them. And our lease for the carriage or for the main house is almost complete. It's going to the Board of Supervisors in just a couple of weeks. So that's our last step. We have spoken to Kathy Smith, the Board of Supervisor in that district, and she is more than supportive of removing the structure. There are a lot of biohazardous materials there, mold, asbestos, and animal feces. We're going to have to remove all that. Even the cost to demolish that structure is about $300,000. So that's the back of it currently. Again, that's the front of it, so you can see how much it's deteriorated in less than 10 years.
When was that taken?
23.
These are all 23 again?
Yeah, these are very current. And those support beams you see there have now fallen down. I was out there today and I took a picture of that beam on the left-hand side that has completely fallen down. So that steel that was holding up part of the floor is down.
Okay.
These are all pictures. You can just go through them quickly. You had asked for a significant amount of pictures, so I want to bring you those beams. That one on the left is down now. So this is not an ideal situation for the Park Authority. We do not have any aspirations of demolishing historic structures, especially in historic overlay districts. We don't have any other structures like this in historic overlay districts that we cannot take care of or have gotten to this point. So this is a unique example. It's obviously not something we would have liked to have happened, but it is what it is at this point. And we are asking for an action item to come to a conclusion on it.
I'd ask if there's any member of the public that has a comment on this one. I'm not seeing any. I'm going to steal everyone else's comments and go up front. So one, it's not at you because I know you're here representing the application, but I'm just going to be on record and saying counties allow demolition by neglect to happen to their property, flat out. And the systematic photographic evidence shows that clearly to this point. The other thing I'm going to point out is it says in here the Parish House is not listed as contributing significant resource in the following, and it lists the master plan, the establishing report, and landmark survey. Don't care. It's a contributing property to this district, so doesn't matter. It's still historic. So I think that needs to be set on record that because it falls as it was in 2010, was included as a contributing resource for our ARB motion.
Agreed.
It's which falls into my family, and I'm gonna hug it. I'm gonna care for it, even if that's dangerous.
Say it fits the mission statement as it is currently.
Well, I'm focusing on my frustration there on the fact that, this is a frustrating situation that the ARB is asking because with demolition by neglect, if we just deferred this and you came back to us next year, it'd be done. Apparently, we would have to take no motion on it. And we would just be scraping up remains. So that's, kind of like, well, just take the county approach on it and just not do anything, right? That seems fair. But again,
that's fair because we are all county representing the county here. I'm not a private individual. I'm coming to you as a representative, as a public servant of the county. This is a problem. I get that.
Yeah.
But we all have to live with it. So we all have to.
No, and it's not a problem you have inherited as a county staff person, but I, as a county volunteer, am someone that's saying, why should I have to do the dirty work of saying, oh, demolish it when it's already being done and now I have to bless it? Just personally, that's my take on it. So if we go through with that, I have a few conditions that I'm not going to say mitigations because this is not a 106 action. I don't use those terms, but I have some conditions that would ever get my vote on this. Is when you're doing this and you're doing the grubbing and clearing, I want more photographs taken.
Sure.
I want actual pictures taken of the building that I can see before the building comes down, because I want something that actually says, this is what was left after a long extended demolition period. I know that may seem pedantic and maybe silly to do that, but I'd want that. I also want to make it clear that salvage material should be a priority before, when that grubbing and stuff is done, that we need to provide every opportunity for any salvage. If the resident curator can use this, which is a program I absolutely support, I'm super excited about, if they can find use for anything, they should be afforded that accommodation to get access to it. So that's my two stakes on it and my frustration on it that I just have to be out front about. But then I'll let any other members have anything they want to say. Ms. Mangum.
I'll just add that I think that the documentation needs to be updated, because if you look at the presentation we were presented, you specifically, one of the bullet points says not historically significant, and that's not an accurate statement. So the documentation needs to be updated to reflect that it is considered a contributing resource and that it is not being demolished, not because it's not historically significant. It was, and its loss of integrity through the allowance through no funding being allocated to it is a county action. So the county should, I guess, acknowledge responsibility for the loss of integrity if that's what you're contending has resulted in it no longer conveying the significance that it once had. So I think also I would like to just add to salvage and photographs is updating documentation. I'm not saying it has to be an extensive DHR form, but at least let this record be corrected.
Sure. All right, Mr. Zelman and Ms. Kimmick, I'll get you.
I guess and this isn't anything that you have to do. I guess what I would say on the record is my frustration is what I heard you say is that the lease for the person who lived in there was for the house and didn't require any responsibility to maintain the carriage house, which then means by default it was the county's responsibility, but it doesn't. I'm not saying you.
Doesn't make it any better.
Not saying you, but it seemed like nobody bore that responsibility was the solution. That's my frustration.
It's not even responsibility. It's about priorities that we have. We have 136 structures that are historic that our office monitors, maintains, allots budgets to. This is just not one that we could ever say, we could put this towards it. We looked at it as a resident curator option, but it was too far gone. We couldn't even put it in the formula to make it work. So.
Tamick, and then I see you, Joe. I'll get you next.
When this came for me the first time, like I was really shocked and I was upset. But I have some positive things I want to share. First of all, I really appreciate the backstory about 1997, whatever, the 27 years. I think that's really important for us to understand before we vote. I think it's great. I mean, I think applaud the park authority because we don't work for the city and we're not part of an agency, but we are on the same team. Great that the main house has been preserved for almost 30 years. So that's a huge win. I think moving forward, I feel bad calling this an outbuilding because I don't think it's giving it credit. This is a more than an outbuilding. In the future, when there's a historic site that gets a tenant, the outbuilding should be incorporated into the management plan moving forward. I don't want to let this building rot on itself because it's a life and safety hazard. So I will vote to demolish it today because we have no choice and I don't want it to sit on it, anyone to get hurt or any, fester any wild animals that are dangerous for the tenant that's moving in. So I just think that, and the other thing is if someone comes to us and says, we want to build a building on this site, 100% stating for the record, it should be based on this design. So it's great that it's photographed, but any new building on this site adjacent to this historic home should be inspired by the historic building that was demolished.
I think that should be in the record.
Thank you, Ms. Hammock. Mr. Plumpy.
Yes, thank you so much. I agree, especially the last statement that this house, building, if ever gets rebuilt, should be very similar to what's there existing. I will say this, I agree with what everybody said. I will support the demolition of this because of a safety hazard, but I'm so frustrated, just like Mr. Daniel is, neglect of the county and the blind eye to the county to a viable resource that could have been saved, 20 years ago. I've been a resident here for almost 45 years. And it's just frustrating when I see this, and I am angered by it actually. And I'm gonna say this, is that I'm a board member of the Lorton Workhouse, and we have buildings on that site that I see the same scenario playing out on some of the buildings out there, especially the old boiler plant, that you see the metal stacks are now caving into the roof itself. That building is being compromised in this fashion. And I can see this same scenario playing out, that, oh, we can't fix it, we're gonna tear that down. Because we don't have the money, or we neglected it for too long. So I'm really upset about what the Park Authority and the county has done with my private citizen money and support these preservation of these properties, and basically just saying, hey, we'll let them fall on themselves, as Chris mentioned. So I will support the demolition because of safety hazards, not because that's the easy way out. And I would recommend that the county don't just wait for someone to build a plan, but have a budget to facilitate the reproduction, the rebuilding of this building as it was, or very close to it, so that Mount Gilead can be complete as it once was. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plumpy. I'll try to take a positive vibe from Ms. Hammock here instead of mine. I would hope the Park Authority would try to strengthen its relationship with this board, because I know from the prior chairs that have been here, we would have written them multiple letters and conveyed concern to get money and funding to this. I've just written a letter right now about another property. I'm happy. I know I would be, and I can speak for other chairs that have been here, if we knew more about the challenges that the Park Authority was facing. And so perhaps another thing to keep out of this and keep just looking long for it is, feel free to come to us on a regular basis to talk about some of the challenges or things you're facing. Because as private citizens, we're able to speak a little bit more freely than county staff can speak about certain things. Very clearly I am, and say what we'd like to see or what we'd like our representatives to prioritize. So we could come and say, hey, there's a building that could use more funds. Can we try to align money for that? That isn't where this one is. You know, the ones that are like, hey, this is getting there, or it's getting to the state that if we don't start to do something soon, like the workhouse. Anytime someone says, hey, the workhouse is in trouble, this board clearly would like to jump and try to say what we can. Same with the History Commission. I guarantee they'd say the same exact thing. So, sorry, John, go ahead.
That's all right. I agree with your opening statement and then follow up. What strikes me about this is in 1996, when the county acquired the property, this building was already 60 years old. And by any threshold that most people use, that's across the threshold into historicity. It's historic at that time. The critical decision was whoever it was who decided to withdraw utilities in the building. You take heat out of a building and it very, very quickly will deteriorate. And that's, well, you can see the results here. So someone made a decision that we're going to demolish this building by neglect in 1996. And the action that started that was withdrawing utilities from it. So, you know, why do you need a demolition permit? You essentially, the county by its action or inaction has essentially said that, yes, we agree that this is, they've essentially, without saying so, issued a demolition permit by the series of the decisions that they made over time to withdraw maintenance, withdraw heat, light, electricity, withdraw, active interventions, and apparently not requested much money to counter those deteriorating things.
Remind you, the Park Authority didn't own it until when?
96.
You got it in 96?
Yeah.
The county bought it.
Yeah, you're probably right. It was like 2003 whenever Ted moved in.
Yeah, it went to the Board of Supervisors before it went to the Park.
That's right. Yeah.
That's the distinction I'm trying to make, is there's a.
Actually,
it's even worse.
Actually, yeah, you're right. But we didn't, when they offered us this site, as I understand it from reading old correspondence, we did not want the carriage house or the Sears house near it. We didn't want either one of them, but we were asked to take the whole plot, so.
Yeah, okay. There's been failures on multiple occasions over a long period of time to get us to this point. I'll just make an observation. If we were to deny this request for demolition permit, would the Park Authority's next step be go to the Board of Supervisors to ask that our decision be overturned?
We already have met with the Board of Supervisors. We haven't went through a formal process, but we met with Kathy Smith and she gave her support and said, you know.
I think that's what Mr. Burns is implying, that obviously we have to make an action for you to, so technically, if we denied it, I would assume that would be the next step that the Park Authority would probably take, because they would.
The Park Authority is the landowner, right? You know, in a different situation where it's a private or developer or something, then obviously you all have a different purview. In this case, we're asking for, obviously, your permission to move forward with our plan, but there really is no choice in this situation. I mean, you can say no, but we as a landowner, we cannot in good conscience put a tenant or people with small children next to this facility. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, you used an interesting phrase there. You said you need the demolition permit to support your plan. So what is the
resident curator plan?
Okay, so what is the plan for this individual, 200 square feet or 2,000?
It's an archaeological site.
It's an archaeological site. Okay. Are there plans to do an archaeological survey once?
No, because it is on a concrete pad and we will leave it as such. The archaeological department does not want to get into that foundation.
Well, you're calling it an archaeological site because you're going to create one by demolishing it. Gotcha. Okay, that's what he's saying.
It will be the former site of the
Yeah.
carriage house. Okay.
I think what Mr. Burns is getting at is through the process, and Daniel, if it's different because it's the county, obviously we're taking an action on it. And if that action is denied, for any application that gets denied, they can either come back and ask us to reconsider, or they go appeal our decision. And what I'm assuming is that the Park Authority, if we said no, would just, proceed, because you've already talked to that your objective is we want to demolish this. So we're going to go whatever we have to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't make any.
Well, I think
I'm all for historic preservation, but there are situations where it cannot work.
And I think John is probably similar, taking the tack that I did initially when I was talking of it's already being demolished by neglect. So sometimes from the board's perspective, if we vote to demolish, it almost feels like we're buying off on that legacy.
But if we vote,
Be the mud that makes things, the wheel not move. I mean,
Yeah.
I know, I'm not,
and we.
I don't want to die.
I'm just, is that what you were kind of going at though, John?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand what Mr. Burns was going at there. I'm not saying I necessarily am going to go on with that and support it, but I see
You don't want to go on the record as saying we approve demolishing this.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree that demolition is the best possible course of action. I would recommend HAB's documentation is not useful in this instance.
It's not possible.
But I don't want to go on the record proving this without some inclusion of language that we disapprove of the way in which the county has managed its stewardship of the property that led us to this.
sounds like you're crafting a beautiful motion, John.
Did somebody write that down?
I'll just go on the record and say, this is not my objective in my career to demolish historic structures.
No, and genuinely, I think everyone has said, we
Scarlet letter.
appreciate and understand that you're not here representing the history of decisions of this property. You're here representing, you're doing your job
Yeah.
as a county employee. So, Ms. Mangum.
So the distinction that you were drawing between the Board of Supervisors owning it versus the Park Authority owning it, the original decisions about maintenance or deferred maintenance of the property
Supervisor.
were made by the Board of Supervisors.
Absolutely.
So is there a missing link about the Board of Supervisors having access to heritage resources professionals to provide advice about management of historic
That's
properties?
the Daniel question.
This situation will never happen again. It was one-time occurrence. A very politically savvy person convinced your supervisor that the county should buy the property.
That's right.
And I don't think it's ever going to happen again.
Oh, it has.
Well, yes,
Not in an HOD though. It's not gonna.
Not in an HOD.
actually, there was the Mount Air.
Well, he's just talked, Mr. Plumpy talked about a smokestack at, Lorton.
Work have Lord.
Yeah, yeah.
So is that That's in an HOD.
Board of Supervisors and Park Authority, but that building is Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, but
I'm
that
very
one, they
aware of
are,
the situation.
Me, like, there's a part of decision
There's the
makers
same-
who lack access to supervisors who might advise against letting things
All right.
go by.
I'm gonna do a gavel tap. We're gonna, I think we all agree there's a challenge with the process that got us here today. And we're not gonna be able to fix it with any motion. We're not gonna be able to solve it with an approval or denial one way or another. But I do agree with Mr. Burns that a motion, we should make something that's very clear on the record of what our position is if we're going to approve this. So I would, unless there's any other comments from members, I would entertain a motion that either by Mr. Burns or others who would capture the spirit of what he was going at there.
I'm going to take a crack.
Absolutely. John, please feel free.
People just pleading eyes looking at it. Please do something, save us. Okay, Mr. Chairman. I move that the ARB approve action item ARB 24 CTD 02, located at 5634 Mount Gilead Road, Centerville, tax map 0544010038A in the Centerville Historic Overlay District for the proposed demolition of the Mount Gilead Carriage House as submitted and presented at the September 12th, 2024 ARB meeting. Subject to the following modifications. Is that the right phrase? Okay. That the ARB is appalled at the stewardship of the property under county ownership that has led to its demolition by neglect and brought this action before us for approval. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of zoning ordinance 3101 historic overlay districts.
Or a second.
Second.
May I make a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
I would like to propose that the modifications include that the Park Authority or any other county entity will, after grubbing and clearing are completed, document the building prior to demolition and also afford an opportunity for salvage materials to be gathered as determined reasonable.
I accept the friendly amendment.
I accept.
All right.
You all get that? Okay.
All right. We have a motion that's been a friendly amendment. Ms. Hammack.
May I second it?
Oh, it's been seconded.
Oh.
Yeah, it was already seconded. You don't have to second an amendment. But it could be third. There we go. It's got a third blessing. All right, we have a motion on the floor. It's been amended. Let's take this for action. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Brookfield. You had a tough one to carry. All right, that takes us out of work. Action takes us into workshop. All right. Do people need a short break to use the restroom?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to afford a 5-minute break for folks to use the restroom.
Okay.
That's why the tenant was.
Sorry, I was.
We need to send a copy of that to the Board of Supervisors.
Want me to write a letter? I can write a letter, John.
What?
Want me to write a letter? I'll write a letter.
I would, that's, I thought what you did for the elementary school is right on.
Oh, okay, we should not conduct business during the break. Apparently, that's what Daniel's
I'm
talking.
saying it's still going.
I'm gonna use the restroom then too.
Okay, but it would be wrong.
No, no, I actually emailed the judge's clerk because the clerk's changed the third week of August.
Okay.
So like the second week of August, I emailed the judge's clerk, and was like, hey, just wanted to make sure I haven't missed anything. I knew I didn't.
Yeah.
I'll get down there and see. She in a very professional way.
We'll report that.
Screw myself.
You could just say it's like a site visit.
But ask her how this. There's not enough land with the historic house.
They had the profits.
No, that was because they had to make money.
Yeah.
Going to
I was involved in the hunt way back.
That's some very nice story, Emma. Protected out of that.
Yeah. And seriously, the history commission's always there too. We'll write letters. They're to support you guys.
Yeah, just don't know the deferred maintenance situation.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, they're gonna scream.
Plus, I can go back and watch it later.
Most of them have.
You know, we don't know.
I know you don't know.
Was,
That's a board of supervisors.
I know.
that was actually pretty succinct. We've had some
They really ought to take it down.
these for motions and that was.
Where's that money? We don't know. Yeah. They wanted us to take it. We didn't take it.
I don't, I understand.
Okay.
I've had it.
Maybe next meetings a year. Some meetings just fly. Just like the one guy I know is, and it also depends on who's presenting. Like the Harrison Lane guy, he talked slow. Yeah. Phone call.
Trying, Daniel.
We're making better time than I anticipated.
You're doing great.
Just think, one of y'all has to do this come January. It can't be me anymore. I can't run any more terms. Can't be chair anymore. It's not for 1 year. I think that's the way the rules work. So you want to be chair, so I'm here.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Great. The only one?
Daniel, were you tracking how many minutes we had, or you're like be fluid on that? I think we got like 2 more minutes left.
I think we need.
I like being on a flight. I don't look at the time. It's just.
I'm looking
make you
at
upset.
the time all the time because I know you all make.
You're lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, not the work, I meant the one.
I'm happy because I get my bill paid. So.
Or is this, oh, the tenant, I mean, the applicant never showed up.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
Okay, all right.
I mean, we deferred it, we voted on it, so action's made.
Okay, because
The,
someone in after.
it's the second workshop.
Oh,
Okay. We'll wait on John. We got like a minute, and Miss Murray.
He went to the other men's room to get more steps.
Oh.
Are you kidding?
Well, no, I'm not.
Oh, my God.
No,
I know, I didn't walk the dog tonight, so I won't.
I will say for the 2 other applicants for the workshops, since if you've sent us material, I would breeze through that information and let's focus the time on the workshop content, just keep your presentation tight so that we can focus on that information when we get to them. It's just for the sake of the hour. Not that I don't want to give you your time. I just want to make sure we focus on that content and discussion. All right.
I am also.
Oh, okay.
Which is why I took.
Because I don't.
All right. You see everyone back. So we go into workshop session. Again, just reminded the folks here for workshop sessions, if you've given us materials already, focus on that, going for that comment. Briskly, let's go right to the discussion. This is ARB 24 LOR 17 WS for 9519 Workhouse Way landscaping. This is again in Lorton Laurel Hill MOA eligible district. The applicant is proposing planting of trees in 3 locations on the south side of the Work Arts campus. The project will utilize 5 species of trees to provide canopy coverage and increase shade and reduce urban heat. Todd Nelson is representing the application. So Nelson, good to see you. At this hour, the floor is yours, sir.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the ARB for the opportunity to present our proposed tree planting project tonight as part of the workshop session. My name is Todd Nelson. I'm a tree planting coordinator with the Urban Forest Management Division of the Department of Public Works. And with me is Brian Cately, Division Director for the Urban Forest Management Division. So thank you. I also want to thank Daniel and Jared for your assistance in helping us submit the application. So as you have the package with you, we'd like to build part of this tree planting project. We'd like to build on the Board of Supervisors environmental initiatives, which include the Tree Action Plan, Resilient Fairfax, and the community-wide Energy and Climate Action Plan, which is also called CCAP, by planting 78 trees in 3 main locations on the south side of Workhouse Art Campus. Specifically, the proposed tree planting will target the following tree-related goals. It's pretty simple. We want to plant trees on public lands and adjacent to streets and trails, and we also want to expand our tree canopy. Currently, the Workhouse campus has an existing tree canopy of only 13%, with an average land surface temperature during the summer months of June and August of 103 degrees. And through the planting of 5 species of native overstory deciduous trees, the proposed tree planting will provide additional tree canopy coverage to increase shade, reduce the heat island effect from the extensive surface parking lot, as well as reduce the stormwater runoff from the property. We will utilize available funding in the CCAP implementation program to support this tree planting effort. And $200,000 was included for tree planting as part of the FY24 carryover budget, and we anticipate that being approved on September 24th. Right, so next slide. Oh, let me go back. I apologize. This slide here, this image that shows at 103 degree average daily temperature during the summer months at the workhouse. Okay, next slide.
You don't need a kiln, do you?
Self-explanatory. Image on the left is your overall map of your overlay district. The one on the right is the zoom in of the workhouse campus. Next slide. This is a workhouse campus map with red polygons identifying the 3 areas of the proposed tree plantings. You're probably counting 4. That is because one of those 2 polygons are going to join to make one planting area, and I'll get that in the next slide. So sorry for the confusion. All right, this is a north-facing map with aerial imagery of the south side of the campus with red polygons identifying the 3 areas of the proposed tree planting areas. And you see where we're, like I said, mentioned earlier, we're focusing on parking lots, trails, and reducing the heat island and stormwater runoff. Next slide. North-facing map with the aerial imagery of the south side of the campus showing the plantings proposed for Area A. These include 17 willow oaks, 8 black gums, 8 swamp white oaks, 10 American lindens. Next slide. This is Area B, and these include 7 American lindens and 8 black gum. Next slide. Area C, which includes 10 swamp white oaks and 10 American elms, with the Princeton variety, which is a Dutch elm disease resistant of the American elm. And please note that Area C tree plantings were located to avoid conflicts with the development associated with the proposed archaeology and museum collection storage facility site plan that is currently under review with LDS. So our office looked at that to make sure that we weren't going to be in conflict with that, which includes the limits of disturbance as well as a landscape plan associated with that plan. Next slide. So the next 5 slides, these are species-specific fact sheet slides, basically. So this was the first one is for American elm, and I apologize. I did not put the botanical name on here, but this is obviously Ulmus americana, Princeton variety, Dutch elm disease resistant, it's vase-shaped. And these are 3 photos showing a initially planting, 1 year after planting, 3 to 5 years after planting, and then what it looks like at maturity. So if we plant 10 trees of the American elm, each individual tree has a 10-year tree canopy of 200 square feet. So we will accomplish 2,000 square feet if we are allowed to proceed with planting the 10 American elms. Next slide. American linden, Tilia americana, more pyramidal in shape. We propose 17, again, 1 year, 3 to 5 years, and maturity. 10-year tree canopy is 200, so we can accomplish 3,400 square feet if we can proceed. Next slide. Nyssa sylvatica, 16 trees, 150 per tree, 2,400 square feet total. Next one. Swamp white oak, Quercus bicolor, 18 trees, 200 square feet, 3,600 square feet. And willow oak, Quercus fellows, proposing 17 trees for a total projected 10-year tree canopy of 3,400 square feet. couple of notes that might not be included on the presentation you have. The symbols that are shown on those areas are drawn to scale to reflect their 10-year tree canopy. So we spaced out the trees so that their canopies don't overlap. So roughly, they're not specifically planted every 16 to 18 feet on center, but we spaced they're on average of 18 to 20 feet on center just to avoid that overlap of tree canopy. Areas of the trees were selected, again, as I mentioned, for heat islands, runoff, and overall canopy. But if you have a question on why we selected solely in one location for the group of trees, and that's because we wanted to create a forest canopy of those individual tree species. So when they grow to 10 years, they have that their own unique forest canopy per species. Trees will be about 1.5 to 2 inches in caliber at the time of planting, and planting will be performed by a third-party contractor that we already have a contract with. Day of the planting event, I'll go out to the site, mark the tree locations, coordinate with the tree planting contractor, point them in the right direction, and mark where the trees go. Brian, anything else?
No, I think there's a lot of opportunity at the workhouse, but we do recognize that there is significant historical and architectural resources there that we need to work around. We know that there are some, we actually have a larger planting plan kind of for the area, but we realize that there's a lot of ongoing planning in that area. So we wanted to make sure that we deconflicted with any planning efforts. We would hate to plant trees and then, be taking them out like 5 years later for something we already know about. I'm really proud of Todd putting this together and our work with the workhouse folks and the park community.
In addition, we also did consult with facilities management, who actually pointed us to this property. And through that relationship with them, it evolved into working with Daniel and Jared and Department of Planning and Development. So we already consulted with those groups, have sign off from those groups, and now we just wanted to be here with the workshop, get your comments, get your feedback, and hopefully we can look forward to meeting with you again in October.
Okay. That's not an action item, so no public. So I think they're all gone by now. So I would turn to board members for your input on this or for any questions you might have. As a workshop, it can be much more fluid, or like some of the sessions that we had earlier that should have been workshops. Ms. Hammock.
I have 2 questions for the applicant and then I think one for Joe. A little jealous that the parking lots are getting all the shade. You did explain why you grouped them, so I understand that. Do you think it's feasible in the future to put trees where people will be gathering in some of the shared common areas, or did you look at that and rule it out, or is that potential for like another phase?
Good question. So we did look at, our office initially looked at these other planting islands, these other in the interior parking lot landscaping of the locations. Due to the current light pole that's going retrofits, we couldn't plant here and here and here because there's current light poles.
Okay.
And I'll ask for Daniel's assistance in answering the question about the other areas.
What's the conflict with?
Do you mean the quad?
Yeah, I mean,
I can help with that too. Inside this quad, that was not considered a high priority due to the intensive amount of underground irrigation lines that would be impacted by the amount of trees that we need to plant, and to the aftercare associated with that. But it's primarily the existing irrigation lines.
Okay, that leads to my second question. What's the maintenance plan for these trees?
The maintenance plan, we will provide 2 years of maintenance for establishment, which includes, we have a watering contract that would come out and water the trees through our tree planting programs that we have now, we have weekly watering from April through the October. We do not water in the winter months, but for example, I think a great opportunity if the ARB would like is we recently planted 50 trees right here on the ellipse last fall as part of our 50th celebration for the tree commission, and we currently have those on a weekly watering program. Similar tree species: black gum, swamp white oak, willow oak. I'm sorry, not Willow Oak, but the American elm are out there too. So to answer your question, we would do 2 years of aftercare maintenance, which would primarily be watering. At the time of installation, the trees will be staked and guide with arbor tie, which allows the tree to grow, so there won't be any potential conflicts with girdling the trunk of the trees. We'll also install 20-gallon irrigation bags, which can be filled up once a week. And those are designed to drain within 24 hours. And roughly you want about 20 to 25 gallons of water a week. And we're finding that to be pretty successful with the trees that we planted around the government center and other areas that we have a tree planting program.
Thank you. And then Joe, has there been a historic landscape survey? Do we have any idea? I mean, it was a jail, but what was the landscape historically at this site?
There was really no survey done because it was all removed before the county acquired the property, and there was really no landscape in this area because of security reasons when it was a facility. There's a few shrubs and trees in the quad. That was in the 1930s and 20s. And then after that, they were totally denuded because of security, because they had other buildings in the quad built that are since been torn down that were built in the 60s or 50s or something like that.
That was my thought, but I don't think we need I mean, I think this is a great project. I don't think the fact that the site did not historically have mature trees means that it's not appropriate. I just was curious. And that was my gut feeling was that it probably was open, but.
Okay.
Thank you. That was I think it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hold on, Joe. They got a comment from one of the staff.
Brian Keeley, Director of UFMD. Just one thing to be aware of. Yes, I think Joe's description of the security and the vegetation is correct. We are running into the opposite issue in this area of the county with invasive plant species coming in because of basically the fields going fallow. We're seeing a lot of calorie pear and tree heaven invading and basically establishing themselves. So the sooner we can kind of get a natural vegetation established, I think, not just here, but in other areas of the workhouse, the better.
I know, Joe, you had your hand up already, and then I think Ms. Mangum, I'll get you next. Joe, go ahead.
Sure thing. I may be kind of lengthy. I apologize. As a landscape architect on the board, I do have several comments. First of all, the nice presentation to see where you're going to put the trees. The tree species I have no problems with at all, or the spacing that you're putting them in. I do have problems with about where they're located. I am also a board member of the workhouse. So I know some future plans and what the thoughts are behind where things should be. Again, I'm not one. I am one of 20 people on the board. So with that said, you mentioned heat island effect. I do a lot of urban landscape and so forth, and all over the East Coast. So the question. So I know, and we actually did the original master plan for the landscaping this many years ago. Granted, some of it was installed, some of it was not installed. I know the landscape islands. I think I forget your name. I apologize. The woman who spoke. It's COVID. It's frying my mind here. I apologize. But you mentioned a good
Mr.
point.
Nelson.
No, I'm sorry. No, but the woman from the board. That's right.
Hammock.
Oh, Miss Hammock. Oh, okay.
I always forget your name. I apologize. Anyways, Mrs. Hammock hit the nail on the head there. Heat island is like where you have the parking lot areas and so forth. Where you planted the trees, it's basically planted in lawn areas, which is not the heat island generator, so to speak. So I would recommend finding new locations for these trees in the areas where it is possible, where there's no light fixtures. I don't think that's been substantially reviewed in this. Some of the areas are fine, like along the roadway that is on where the upper right-hand corner one, the long linear one, that kind of makes sense. It's on the perimeter. So there, and that makes sense, but keep in mind is there's some future plans that potentially some of the fields become actually agricultural uses again as in a long range plan because there's so much farmland to use that. So the Bradford pear invasiveness and tree heaven would go away to make it into a more sustainable agricultural type thing. For the board has been the new board, the new senior person for the workhouse is thinking about that, which I applaud that. But in any event, I think look at your locations of the trees, to put them in those blank areas that are right by W20. And the ball field too is somewhat sacred. That's one of my pet peeves for that. You know that these trees come in height. That's where they do shoot off the fireworks, which is what their big thing. A lot of people sit on that area to look at the fireworks. So be careful where your view sheds are for fireworks that are set off at the ballpark. So that line of trees, and look at your planting plan that is focused centered on the on my screen. I'm looking at the planting. Maybe you want to go back to that planting plan, their planting plan, please, with the different colored circles on it. By the old dugout, you have a line that, there you go, the blue and the yellow ones that could be problematic for viewing and so forth. And it really doesn't help any heat island effect. It's in the lawn. Okay, so that's really not doing what you're planning to do. So I would like to recommend you find new homes for these trees, and not just, you know, disperse them more throughout the parking lot to help shade the parking lot area where people do go. And the other thing is that area where the ball field, that is potentially to be regraded out because it's a challenging drainage area. So some of your trees may be interrupted by proposed grading. That the budget was supposed to, the grading was supposed to be done about 2 years ago. Then that money was pulled, and it's still an idling position because we'd like to use that as a music lawn area where the ball field diagram is, and possibly where your trees to the lower left of the ball field, that three-fingered red area, so that diagonal line along the edge of the ball field could be an issue potentially. But again, I applaud you doing the trees types and everything, but I think a little bit more strategic planning of where they want to be to provide shade where people congregate in the parking lot areas. That's your heat island you're trying to improve. Some of the locations, most of your locations really don't affect the heat island issues because they're not in that urban parking lot or suburban parking lot area that you have. This is my 2 cents worth. So I think there needs to be more study where they're located. Tree species are great. Study needs to be done where they should be, where they, I think, would be more beneficial for the heat island effect that you're trying to accomplish. Thank you so much.
Feel free to.
Yeah, thank you very much. And those thoughts were exactly what we went through when we visited the site and did a site visit to walk around. So I do appreciate your comments, and I do agree that if we could plant trees around W20 and WRO, those were sites that we did look at. We looking at more areas that are suitable to receive trees at this point. The W20 and the WRO sites, extensive gravel and soil conditions that are not conducive of, so the existing soil conditions are not those that would warrant us to plant a tree in those locations. We did identify.
Sir,
Okay.
I'm sorry, so don't forget is, you can always put a tree in a hole and cross your fingers and hope to live. In our profession, in my office, is soil prep is the key thing. So I don't buy the gravel there. You can make anything grow if you do this proper soil preparation. Thank you so much.
If you had any more, I didn't know if you want to.
Yes, I apologize. I don't know how to, so again, our site visits, we want to plant a tree in the ground now with minimum amount of maintenance. And we have the resources to provide trees in these areas that would support trees that we feel would be suitable for those areas, and that would provide not only reduce heat island effects, but also increase the tree canopy on the site, because that's one of the goals from those board mandated initiatives, which was reduce heat islands, but also increase the county tree canopy.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree with the concept, but let's do it too.
So while we could not move the trees from the ball field to those closer to the parking lot islands, is again because of the existing lights and the recommendations from FMD due to the light pole retrofits. And also, we are not planting these trees to be there forever. We understand that there is a long-term comprehensive plan associated with this, and that these areas will be developed in the future, but we understand they're going to be about 10 to 15 years. And that's why we want to take this opportunity to plant trees now, so that that area can get the benefit of the trees within the next 10 years.
Understood. To keep in mind is that light pole retrofit has not been approved. It's only been a workshop. So don't take that for verbatim.
No, well, I mean, we approved the LED lighting.
Not
It was on the buildings.
On
and
the building.
No, on the buildings.
The
only,
building,
but
yeah, we
they're-
approved the
they're looking
building,
at
yeah.
putting
Parking
a
lot
ton
won't
of
be done.
poles in the
Yeah.
parking lot. They're looking at putting a ton of poles in the parking lot, which I will. not
Yeah,
support.
okay, Joe, okay, I'm following what you're going at.
One thing I
Hold
will
it
say,
up,
Joe,
hold the ball.
is I appreciate your enthusiasm to get more trees on the site. We share that. What we found was that there was the site constraints in some of those areas you were talking about need to be worked out further. And I think we're willing to work it, but these sites that we're showing here are plantable now without any additional intervention. We have very limited funding through the CCAP. We're trying to spread it out throughout the county. This is a significant investment in this area, but we'd like to do more planting in this area, but we need to work with folks like yourself who understand some of those limitations and can help us get through. Because we had a planting plan from, what year was that? Like the mid 2000s that showed trees all through those parking lots, and we were ready to just implement it as shown. And then we started running into some of these kind of considerations that were, I don't know if that's what killed those plantings 20 years ago. But we're ready to put trees in the ground if we can get, the approval and permissions on the site, including those areas you identified. Now, for remediating the soils, we're going to need funding. And there are different schools of thought on, plant a tree and let it grow. And that works a lot of the time, but if we can't get the auger in the ground to build the hole, that's a whole different story.
No, I totally agree. I think the key thing is you hit the nail on the head there. Work with us. This is the first time I've seen it, so my reaction is going to be a little rough, frankly, just like the light fixtures. We're always the last sometimes to get involved, but I think you got to, on your plan, you don't show where the future light poles are, but those light poles, I think you're putting the cart before the horse a little bit, in my opinion. Meaning putting it here, which is great. These are the safe areas. I understand you want to do that now, but I think if there's opportunity to put them in now to have them permanently located in conjunction with a new light pole plan, which I'm not in favor of because I don't think it's necessary. I think the bottom line is don't just do it because you got money. I mean, do it because it's the right way to do.
We do, and we feel it is the right way to do it based on the current locations to support.
All right, I want to let other folks give a little input, Joe. I know, so you want to wait a
I'm
minute?
gonna defer on a different topic.
I just want to say something for the record.
I want to say something about the ball field. The ball field has been sacred.
This is regarding the parking lot lights. So my name is Jared Herring, Department of Economic Initiatives. So I work and I liaise with the campus and maintenance and programming events. I know Joe Plumpy. The LED light pole retrofit is not going forward. All the bulbs in the entire parking lot are currently being replaced by facilities management. So all the conflicts, the constraints through pretty much the entire, parking lot, it is being lit. So it is the
lights aren't moving, the bulbs are being changed.
Correct.
Okay.
But it's still, a significant investment.
Understood. Yep. And I want to go give Miss Murray a chance to talk about the ball field because I knew that was.
There has been strong community interest in preserving the ball field. You're planting trees along that strikes me as it's destroying the ball field. And I don't understand the logic of that.
Sure. The trees are actually planted on the outside of the ball field.
But they're next to the ball field.
They're going to be about, their canopy. Yeah, go to that slide there. So this is
You're sort of rendering it useless for baseball, essentially.
This would not have any impact on the baseball field. And again, true.
Yeah,
That's true. That's gonna be
the
false.
ball.
No, that's not true. That's a false
All
statement.
right, wait, okay, let's let the gentleman have his chance and then we'll.
Please listen to us.
Sure.
The ball field is something that should not be treated the way you're about to treat it.
Okay, we can remove the trees, or we can move the trees farther away from the ball field.
Go ahead, Mr. Zellman.
I think I agree with Mr. Nelson, and I need some help from my board members to explain to me how the trees are affecting the ball field, because it doesn't appear that they're affecting the ball
I
field.
could maybe see the section that is already affected by the parking lot is
Right.
being an issue, but on the other side, it's the diamond's going this way. That's nice trees I want to sit under watching a baseball game, because then I'm not roasting. So I actually thought that at least that portion made sense, but I'm not getting, is it the L? I mean,
It's the historic landscape. It's being just totally obliterated by placing all those big tall trees that if they're only gonna be there for 10 years, why bother putting them in? I mean, it doesn't seem worth it to me. But you're destroying the landscape of the ball field by putting these big, tall, potentially tall trees in at regular intervals.
Mr. Burns?
I agree fundamentally with what Ms. Murray said. I think the real issue for me is the third baseline. It looks as
Right.
though,
Those 6 trees there?
yeah,
Okay.
well, 1, 2, yeah, 6, those 6 trees specifically. But the bigger issue for me is this seems to be defined by hardscape features. You're lining parking lots, particularly on the left side of the, whoop, it just went away. Can you put the tree? Yeah. On the left there, you're literally lining a parking lot.
Yes.
With these trees. And the trees are in nice orderly rows. You've mentioned irregular spacing and all, but they're not wavy. I mean, they're linear. They're in a linear
Yes.
pattern. And so that further defines things. I think on the first base side, yeah, fine, that's cool. It'd be nice to be able to sit under a tree and
Agreed.
watch the ball game from there. But the ones on the third baseline, and the fact that you are proposing to put these in tells me that the county is interested in preserving the grandstand, which is beginning to go the same way as the Mount Gilead carriage house. And so, but the fact that they're putting these in tends to tell me that they're going to do something with the grandstand, which I'm very encouraged by. So, but anyway, that's my comment is.
And they're great comments, and I understand your point of view, and I respect that. So those six trees along the deep third baseline, like we can certainly eliminate those from our planting plan. I mean, that's why we're here.
I wouldn't eliminate it. I'm moving someplace else.
Again, we could move those to the first baseline if that, to provide more canopy there for sure. But again, and also your comment about the, was it the backstop or the grandstand?
Grandstand.
These locations were identified based on current conditions with the future, with the current conditions in mind. So we wanted to put them in areas that would not impact those existing features, whether due to the historical nature of the ball field. So we didn't want to put them too close to the existing fence or put them too close to the existing grandstand or one of the dugouts. I think there's some like a brick dugout or something like that is there. So that's why we moved them in the locations that we did. So we did take that into consideration. So thank you for your comment.
Building on that, I guess, maybe what I want to look at is, I mean, we're dealing with a landscape that's already been modified a lot. And yes, it was a prison at one point and didn't have much landscaping, but now it's in a situation where we've really done a lot to it already. So I think that I like the idea of, now that you've explained, because that was my kind of like, if we do this with the baseball field, we can still keep the diamond and we're not messing with that line. But I guess, are there other areas that you've looked at that you thought we would be very upset about? Because I agree with John, though, it feels very rigid, whereas I would want it to almost be less structured in that space, because that a large amount of green space there. Could you have trees that aren't so in the strict linear line, and then the other section, which is, I can't remember the section C, I have the least concern with, because it just feels like a grove, a little section of trees. And it's like, okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
B, if it were along a trail, it feels like it's just along 2 roads. Is there a trail there that is for benefiting? That's a trail. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is benefiting another resource that we have on the site. So I can see that. But I'm also wondering, were there other areas where the ARB is not going to let this fly if we put a tree here? Were we a restriction in this design in any way, or is it all these other factors, the existing soil condition? Because I think I would be more flexible to see other areas talked about too.
If I can answer that with all due respect, that did not come into this to the mind that I am not planting a tree because the ARB is going to disapprove it.
Okay.
That is not, that, I mean, the reason why we're here is we want your feedback and your support. And so, no, again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but they're the three main objectives, and one wasn't more priority over the other. So it wasn't just heat islands. It wasn't just existing canopy, and it's not just stormwater. The sum of the parts is what led to this proposed layout.
Okay, well, that's why I was looking at A of saying, well, it's just, making this weird V.
Right.
Could it be more of a blended area? Does it have to be so restrictive over there,
And we did look at, so this side right here is a good example of those black arrows with the line, and there's drop inlets, and those are underground stormwater lines. So we wanted to move the trees. So we turned on the easements for the layer. We've worked with MSMD, Maintenance and Stormwater Management Division, to make sure that we weren't planting anything in areas that were going to conflict with any of the existing utilities or stormwater infrastructure. And again, this design here, again, the red focusing on the parking lot. There's nothing there now. So we wanted to maximize the benefit we had to try to shade as much of the parking lots as we could that didn't have a potential conflict with the water lines, the lights, the soil conditions. The yellow and blue, we wanted to move closer to that facility because of people who might be, if whoever's going to use it. But again, that's the stormwater and the overall goal of the existing tree canopy.
Right.
And the other side, there's a lot of this is the south, the north side. There's a lot of existing, I think, bioretention facilities and rain gardens. So there's restrictions planting there. Trust me, I wish I could plant in every single one of those interior parking lot landscaping islands or the interior islands. But again, there's light posts. And through our communications with FMD and other, through FMD, it was their advice to stay away from those areas because of the future retrofits associated with the light pole improvements. This is based on all that information and those limitations, focusing on the trails, focusing on the existing structures. That's why we came.
Okay.
And I respect the fact that L on that third baseline, I get it now. That's why we're here. So I can remove those. Are there any other suggestions that you have that we can?
Well, that's why I'm scanning the room, because I wanted to make sure there are a few folks who can't. I'm gonna get you to Joe. I just wanted to make sure. I saw you. I just wanted to check because there were a few of the folks that made looks at me across the table. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sir. I appreciate the speaker being accommodating. I'm not trying to be not accommodating. I am, to the fact that I live 8 miles from here. I'd be more than happy to meet you on site to charrette where trees could go, in my opinion, as a board representative from both boards, but as well as to try to make your job a little bit easier for the future. So I'll extend an invitation out there. The other thing is, it'd be good to see where the existing trees are on your exhibits, because right now they're tough to see because it's a winter shot. So you can see where, what is the overall landscape like today, and how is this going to prove that? It's almost doing a master plan, not just, hey, we'll sprinkle trees here and there. Think broad picture. How can the master plan of where proposed trees are, so you know what you're going to do next year, 3 years, 5 years from now, and instead of just trying to shotgun approach right now. So I think I'd like to sit down with y'all before you come back for any kind of approval to try and work together instead of just springing this on. That's all.
Okay. I know Ms. Mangum has one that's not related to what we've been talking about.
Not design, not where they're located, nothing. But just touching back to the point you made at the very beginning about the archaeology. I'm the archaeologist on the board. You said you reviewed it for just to ensure there were no conflicts with the archaeologically sensitive areas. Did you use the attachment to the MOA to make that determination?
I had heard you advise Area C to make sure you fought for the new archaeological facility over there.
Correct. That is.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I don't think that question has been asked.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Question.
Okay.
yes, I was thinking you were going to ask.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it was that new building that's being constructed.
Yes,
Look
okay.
at those limits of disturbance and the landscaping associated with that proposed plan.
Thank you.
That's currently under review. we wanted to make sure that this proposal wasn't going to conflict with anything that was going on there.
Understood. Okay,
But
so
to answer your question, no, I have not reached out to any, this is the only, other than FMD, Park Authority, DPD, Architectural Review Board, did not consult with any of the architectural components that may need to be.
well, I have a recommendation for you then. So there is in the MOA attachment C, but this is a challenging map to use. So that's why if you had used that, I just wanted to encourage you to reach out. It's the Fairfax County Park Authority Archaeology and Collections Branch. They can, depending on what you decide to do for your locations, they will review your proposed ground disturbing activities. And they'll probably want to know your access points for heavy equipment and things like that too. But they will want to cross-check that against their files to see whether you're proposing ground disturbance in any areas known to be archaeologically sensitive. They can, I believe, with a request, they'll need a map. They'll need probably knowing access points or, what kind of equipment you'll be using. You mentioned.
Yeah, we work with them on notice of works for other projects that we're working on.
Okay.
And I know we've been in contact. This information has been shared with someone from the Park Authority. I don't know in what capacity, so I can double check with them if the archaeology and connections branch was included as part of that review.
Okay.
Collections.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Collections. I can't even read my own handwriting.
But I think Daniel can probably follow up too with contact information. So.
Right.
I just want everyone to consider one thing while we talk about all this. So I know that Architectural Review Board, and I understand your mission and what you're going for. At Urban Forestry, we are under an existential climate change issue going on. So our mission is to get trees in the ground to increase tree canopy. This looked like a potentially good site. Let me tell you, if we kind of run into enough where we're doing archaeological reviews, we're doing master plans, not that this site isn't important, but it's going to move down the list. It's going to go somewhere else, and the resources are going to go somewhere where we can get trees in the ground. And that's not a threat. It's just a fact that we want to get as many trees in the ground in vulnerable areas of the community as fast as possible. And if this site may need to be worked on, and that process may extend, and that's fine, but just please be aware of that.
And the process that we're suggesting to you is actually a free service that the archaeology and collections branch.
No, I'm not.
It's a desktop analysis.
And there's an old cliche, archaeological resources are non-renewable. So if you destroy it now, digging a hole, it's gone.
We understand. And that's why I'm saying from the standpoint of our program area, we're not threatening that. What I'm saying is that we want to find spaces that don't have those resources and plant those as fast as possible.
Okay, that's why I think the ball field was better.
Okay, that's a very good comment. I said that there's a reason why we're here tonight.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm here, can I comment again, please, Mr. Daniel?
Yes, Joe, you can go ahead.
Yeah, and this has lit my fuse a little bit in a good way. Like right beside, to the right of W29, there is 6 picnic tables. It's in your photograph. That's where the new building is being built. Not a single spit of shade is there. Excellent spot to put this. No one ever goes there because it's so darn hot. That's your superheat island right there. Put trees, make a tree grove. I just want to, again, I'm offering myself a second time here tonight. I'd love to sit down, not to waste time. It sounds like we're under a gun with our, got to hurry up and plant these, but I'm here to help you, not to be resistant. And I really want to help you guys because I'm very passionate about this project. I've worked on this for 25 years as a neighbor and so forth, and I'm passionate about it. And I want to give you some expertise that I may be available for you without question to help facilitate this as quickly as possible too, with less resistance. So I'd love to be able to do that.
And Joe, I appreciate that, and I agree the same way, and I feel the same way. Yeah, we will take you up on that opportunity.
Yeah, contact. Thank you.
Yep, but just bear with me here. So as much as we respect, so please keep in mind that we've been researching this project since last September.
Yeah.
So it's not that we try to spring this on you secretly and trying to force you to approve this one way or the other. So please understand that we have been doing our due diligence.
We're very happy you all are coming for a workshop.
Yeah.
Right? We saw other folks didn't, and they came back unhappy.
Similar to Joe, I'm speaking passionately about we're here too. So thank you very much. I know the time. I know we have another.
I think, Mr. Zell, I want to get
want to say, and this is more for my board. I think sometimes, pardon the pun, we lose the forest for the trees. And what I see your project as is you have some funds available in your budget. You found a place where this could get done and you're trying to get it done in that place. And I think maybe that's something we should keep in mind. That's all.
Yes. And I
I'd be
also
more than
think
happy to go
that
out there with flags and flagging with you to put them in the ground.
All right, Joe.
the way I viewed proposes to the buildings is that this is an adaptive reuse. And I don't think I've ever done an adaptive reuse project for a landscape, but the uses are changing, but also when this was built, there weren't the same environmental regulations and concerns. So we're reviewing projects under a whole different lens with all these different requirements, more knowledge. I mean, you can debate global warming or not, but I think that we have to look at the landscape as an adaptive reuse too. And that it is reversible, right? The trees could go away. Right. So I don't know, this is something to keep in mind.
No, I feel like maybe a lot of input. Also, just like another application, board members, as long as you only have 2 of us, we are happy to have conversation with you. As Joe pointed out, he is very invested in this site. I think I will highlight Ms. Mangum's point, though, regardless of all those other factors, that conversation with the Archaeological Collections Ranch should happen so that you can reconcile that, because that, as you brought up, that could be a big stopping point, because if those are aligned with those sensitive areas, we're having 2 non-renewable things come into conflict.
Like I said,
don't want that either.
Yeah, thank you.
So
We'll take that, because like I said, we spoke with someone from the Park Authority. I don't know to what, I don't know in what capacity that was, but we will definitely double check with that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Last but not least, ARB 24 HOL 23 WS 2200 Glasgow Road Solar. This is in the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District. The applicant is proposing the installation of roof-mounted solar panels. Paul Wicks represents the application. All right, sir, the floor is yours. Thank you for enduring with us in this late hour.
Well, thank you for having me. This is important. I missed our last meeting. One of my colleagues represented us, and I'm sorry because he doesn't know this as well as I do. First and foremost, I was a hydrologist that dealt with groundwater contamination for 12 years, dealing with benzene, a known carcinogen. I did that for 12 years. Then I taught high school biology at a Catholic school for 12 years. I wanted my wife to move to Texas so I could start teaching immediately. And she goes, I'm not moving to Texas. You can teach in the Archdiocese with your science degree and work to get teaching. So I did that for 12 years, but then I went bankrupt being a Catholic school teacher. I had 2 sons that were getting ready to go to college. My wife goes, how are we affording this? I said, I don't know. She goes, you need a new job. So I've been teaching solar for the last 5 years. The reason I love my job, I still teach, I just teach solar. I save people money. So they've given their money away to Dominion or Novak for 20, 30 years, and they're an indentured servant to them. So I save them money. I protect their home for 30 years. When Solar Energy World installs, we do a 30-year warranty on every part, including labor. So this isn't a one-time fix and then we have to replace it. This is a 30-year warranty because we're building it to last 50 years. So we actually protect the roof. And then the last and most important reason, I clean the air for all our kids. So every time we install solar, there's less coal burned in the Ohio River Valley. There's less particulate matter thrown up in the upper atmosphere. And both my sons had childhood asthma. So every time we're lowering the coal emissions, it's good for all our kids. Solar Energy World, we've been in Northern Virginia for 7 years. For the last 7 years, Solar Energy World has been chosen by Solarize Nova, which includes all those counties, including Fairfax County, to represent the citizens in a fair way, meaning I get to sell solar below invoice without getting fired. So I get to help people save more money. Next slide, please. These are our happy customers we've installed over the last 5 years. So we install more in a month than most companies do in a year, and it's all full-time employees. There are no subcontractors, and it's about doing it right. And I never want the south end of a horse headed north at anybody's house. And if any of our company employees are the south end of a horse headed north, please let us know, because it's about doing things the right way, not the fast way. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the proposal if we do solar on the back of the house. And these trees are here, and it was brought up at the last meeting that these trees, it's shot early in the morning. If we can we scroll, can we get the site quality, or is that off the screen? We can't do that.
That's the whole screen. Do you want?
Okay, If we could just shrink it slightly. So if we put it on the back, we can, thank you, we can produce 5,975 kilowatt hours with an 8.61 kilowatt system. That's a 690 site quality. That's very poor production of solar. Now, Holland Hills has a ton of trees, so you get what you get, you don't get upset. And I'm not looking to remove any trees. So this was proposed. Why couldn't we do it here? Because you can get sun here, but this diagram, due north is the top, due south is the bottom. So this faces slightly northeast, where that faces slightly southwest. So that's our better roof. All right, next slide, please. It was then brought up, maybe we could just have some of the panels here and some on the flat roof. The flat roof is still, you can still see it. Site quality slightly better, 759. So we could do this. Next one, please. This is what was recommended last time to make it more symmetrical. Now, what we could do is add one more additional panel here, and then production would go up, and then the last one. And this is what was proposed, and we're missing that tooth. And I understand you guys were upset. Probably the easiest fit would just be to put a tooth there. These literally sit 3 inches above the roof. They are very flat, and this roof color is slightly darker because he did redo the roof. He did a darker gray. And so it'll be a monochromatic. Next slide, please. Last time they thought the two things were here because that's what our engineers lazily just put it on there. But they actually go right below the electric panels there. And the electric little panel thing, each one of these is about the size of a backpack and even smaller. Next one, please. The emergency shutoff, standard 10 inches by 8 sheet of paper. Next one. And here's my small backpacker. 15 inches by 20, and it's like 4 inches deep. So it's just a small little box, about the size of a cable box. There's not a lot of hardware that goes in solar. It's the microinverter underneath each panel, but it will be a black sheet of glass up on the roof. It'll be very symmetrical. And I'm coming to you guys for your approval. I was here for Holland Hills in April of 2023. I did get your approval on the Toner home, John and Patricia Toner. And their solar does face the street, and it's on, let me open up my computer. It's 1909 Martha's Road. And Patricia Toner came to me from Darren Pagoda, who's also on Martha's Road. He recommended me to them, and then Darren Pagoda recommended me to this house, the Glasgow house, Mr. Park. And Mr. Park will be able to be here on our October meeting. I'm planning on coming again, but to present the way you would like me to present, not just to shove anything down your throat. And I'm open for comments and questions. And
I really, appreciate you presenting the various variations. I think that was one thing that we all asked, so I'm happy that you brought that. I would look to board members for comments or questions. I think I do recall 2 of our questions were about the load center, the shutoff, and where they were actually going, and the various configurations.
Yeah, and it is on the back of the house. And I apologize that he didn't have that. And I couldn't be here that night. And tonight I was supposed to be with my wife at church function, but I told her I cannot come because this didn't pass. And so it is called Happy Wife, Happy Life, but in this case, I'm going to get a load when I get home because this is much later. We usually go to bed about 8:45 because we're up at 5 a.m. because she's still a Catholic school teacher. So I apologize in advance.
So I'd look to members for comments or questions on this one with the additional information provided.
I'm looking at the minutes. I think our problem was that your drawings, we've been trying to tighten up our requirements, and your drawings just didn't give us enough information. I mean, in addition to the technical question, but your drawings just didn't provide the information we needed to see.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, man. It's my fault. I wasn't here. I couldn't.
No, you couldn't have known that there's been an evolution in this body. And I think that was a lot of the problem. And then there the other nitpicks about that.
And one of the questions that was brought up at the board, because I did watch it this morning before I came out here, and I was meeting other customers in Northern Virginia earlier today. One of the questions, I went, Charles, it's past my bedtime. One of the other questions was, it's gone. So come back.
Well, while people are thinking about it, this is one of the districts that actually has new guidelines compared to our other districts, which will hopefully by the end of this year all have the same guidelines. But this one does talk about solar in the guidelines, and in particular, some of the things that it says about solar, installing low profile, and we actually talk about panels, solar shingles. We also talk about that potential option, as well as big thing is to take the effort to minimize the visual presence of solar panels, solar shingles, solar modules, mechanical, electrical connections. I don't think the electrical connections and everything are a big issue in this because they're at the back of the house. I think the concern here, at least the one I had previously, is this house sits in a location where if you approach it, you're going to see the panels. The panels seem to become a dominant feature of the house due to the way you're approaching it. And that was the way when we were looking at some of the street views and everything, if someone's approaching this, and obviously folks that are in Holland Hills more often, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but based on what I understood looking at this lot is one of these, when you're coming in, the solar panels are what you're going to see. And so one thing was obviously not having them there, so they're not detracting because they're black, they stand out, they're going to contrast in a strong way. So I don't want my eye going to that. I want my eye going to historic property if I'm trying to enjoy the character of the property. The other was obviously the configuration, trying to make it more symmetrical so it kind of reflects the roof pattern. So I think that's another thing we've always spoken to. I still have heartburn by the fact that it's really right there and prominent. It's going to be prominent. And I want to build off the comment that Ms. Murray made during the last application. We're both dealing with non-renewable things here. We're both doing with preserving, whether it's looking at climate change in our environment and sustainability. We're also looking at properties that they themselves are non-renewable. If they are destroyed, they go away. And so that's why we're such stalwart guardians of them. It's not that we are anti-green energy or anti-solar at this board. We are just trying to find that balancing act.
Perfect balance. Yeah.
In this particular house, it is rather tough.
It is very tough. So and the last time they presented, they had beautiful photos of the house itself, and you can see the house. And I don't have those with me. I didn't have them in my presentation. I apologize. The one that was presented. Daniel, do you have those? Can you pull them up when we were here in July?
Yeah. I was gonna say they're in the packet to us.
Okay, that would be fantastic.
But part of the discussion we had was looking at the approaches of the house.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the tricky things about Holland Hills is how someone approaches a property is very different from where it's sitting on a site, whether it's higher or lower.
Yeah. And so I know that this looks very symmetrical when it's on there. I know it looks great. And I know that the striking feature, and this is what I love about it too, is because these houses aren't very, they're not designed to be very efficient electricity wise. I mean, they have large windows and large open spaces and lots of heat radiates out of them. And so it's a dark, the house is painted in almost a black color on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And with yellow trim. Do you guys have that from when?
Yeah, I mean, most of us in the packet we had, some of us has the house pictures.
Okay, perfect.
That's just me in general. I'm thinking about, obviously, I recognize that you've done the maths on which is the ideal location.
Yeah,
I know they hurt you internally. Does he need solar?
He does, because it saves them money. It's money for their children.
Okay. I mean,
and so it's like telling somebody that they can't plant a garden in their backyard and grow their own vegetables. So everybody who has, well, some people like to grow their own vegetables. My grandfather was a farmer, so the only thing that all of us rent is our power. We own our houses, we own our cars, we own every piece of furniture inside the home. The only thing we rent.
So,
or do you? I don't know people that rent furniture.
No. I'm just saying the bank owns my house still.
Yeah. Yes. The bank owns my house, and Notre Dame owns all my tuition, and Catholic University owns all my tuition. And my wife's rule was, boys, you get the grades and you go to any school, and they took her on.
I guess what I'm getting at for you is not that we also talked about other options. Has the homeowner considered other types?
So solar shingles, I have a customer who looked at solar shingles, $400,000 for solar shingles. And that was for a 5 kilowatt system smaller than this. So the whole roof was going to be covered in glass type shingles. But then when one shingle fails, you literally have to remove the whole roof to get to the one shingle that failed. And the point of failure is between each shingle. So the technology is not there for solar shingles. And do we have the street view?
All right.
As close as we have.
And I see Joe's got his hand up. So Joe, by all means, if you want to throw up.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to keep the work session going too.
I'm
It's a
ready to
time.
keep it going. I'm ready to keep it going. Okay, so sir, if you go to your you have your overall community plan that shows an aerial photograph. If somebody can put that up. The house is in full sun, and I know all the other photographs you showed from an aerial view. It's an early morning shot. So, but if you go to your overall community plan that's in your package that we received.
Let's give us a minute, Joe. We'll get it for you, Jonathan.
Okay. I know it was brought up last time, geothermal, doing geothermal wells.
Yeah, yes. I'm not saying geothermal right now. That's, he's not going to do it. I'm not pushing that. Okay. So if you go to the overall site plan that shows the whole neighborhood, please. It's one of the earlier slides.
It's from the prior packet. It's not this packet.
That's the one that Daniel, it's one in our packet that we received.
From July. Yes, sir.
Oh, no, I'm looking whatever we were to look at.
Sure, hold on, Joe. We're getting it for you.
Okay, sorry.
As a former hydrologist, when you guys brought up geothermal, I would have loved to talk about that because drilling wells is very expensive and it actually increases the amount of electricity used because you're constantly pumping water. And pumping water is an extremely inefficient use of electricity. So people that get geothermal, they're using like 40,000 kilowatt hours instead of.
That's it.
There you go.
Bingo.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you
the
so
one he
much.
was looking for.
So if you look at it, that's, I'm assuming this is either in the summer because the trees are all out or something, or early spring, late spring, whatever. House is in full sun. Okay. And there's where that dot is right now in the plan, there's a part of the back of the house that also has a slope roof on it, a pitched roof, if I recall that little appendage. Yes. Why don't you put them on that where your hand is that faces your primo angle and still put them on the flat part of the roof? Would that not do the same thing or very close to it?
So anytime you're on a flat roof, then it's less, it's because the height of the trees. So he can't see me.
There's no shadow.
In this at high noon in the middle of summer, but in the winter, those shadows get longer. So if I'm standing in front, so the shadows get longer later in the year. So what you're talking about is from August through April, those shadows are taller. And then in the dead of winter, they're very tall. And so then they limit it because as the sun goes to the other side of the hemisphere,
Understood.
the shadows increase. And the proximity to the trees is what hurts it.
Yeah, but there's no leaves on the winter time in the trees. It's started to be argumentative.
Yes, but what the common misconception is shadows on leafless trees, the branches still cause those panels not to turn on.
Totally agree. But I guess I don't buy why you can't put them on that small appendage in the back of the house that has also the slope roof, which is facing your primo angle.
And I'll have an image for you next time. So the darkness of the roof gets much darker there as you get closer, and that's the site quality. And that's why I was talking. And that's why I showed the first slide with those panels closest to the tree and not even using that appendage, which is even closer to the tree. The site quality would drop even greater.
Even though it's
if we can go back to that first one, Daniel, first image of the house.
That's an early morning shot. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Which.
So the data on these is based on 30 years of weather data for all the locations. And they include the rainiest year on average. They include the droughts. They include sun for year round. So when I come out to your house, it's from a scientific perspective. It's not an optimistic or, all right, and right there. So I do have an image that shows that this roof is far darker. And then you could see if we came this way, how much darker it would get. Yeah, the front is lighter in color, and I'll get you for the next time. I'll get you the image. This is the lightest surface, then it gets darker here, and then it would be really dark there. It'd almost be purple in color.
Understood. It doesn't.
And that's like asking me to run fast. I'm really good at pushing large things backwards, but I'm not good at running fast.
Miss Swan, you had a question too?
Yes. You say the solar panel is only 3-inch
above the roof. Yes.
Above the roof.
Yes.
I also saw in some more challenge site application that solar panel is not parallel to the roof slope. which means sometimes you can angle the solar panel to get more sun ray.
And let me answer that specifically. So when we're mounting the panels, and this podium's an excellent example, we're literally running parallel to the roof.
Right.
And it's the safest. Now, if we angle them like this, we've created a sail. And then when wind blows, you're likely to rip the roof off. And that's why we only mount them like this. Our systems are designed to a level 3 hurricane, meaning they'll withstand. The only thing that will tear the panels off in this type of thing, being parallel to the roof, is literally a tornado. And we have had tornadoes rip off several panels before, but it's force majeure, acts of God. And so we try to bulletproof the homeowner's house from damage because our job is to preserve the home. And so we do a 30-year warranty because we're designed to last for 50 years at the home. And the reason I say last 50 years, the panels will have some degradation over time, but it's fully warranted for 30 years. It's going to last them 50. They're going to get great production out of this. They're going to save a ton of money, and that money's for their children to go to college, not to fund somebody else's college fund.
All right, any other members for comments or input on this one? Mr. Burns?
Sure. I reacted very strongly to the presentation the last time you came before us. And you had mentioned a prior installation.
Yes, sir.
On Martha's. And part of the reason I reacted so strongly is because how dreadful that installation looks.
Okay.
Because you've got this hopscotch of these, 2 foot by 4 foot panels or what?
They're 3 feet wide or 3 feet wide.
Whatever their size, it looks like they're just randomly laid on the roof. And so it really detracts from the visual presence of the house in the landscape. And all of the photos that are in this presentation show the outside of the house. None of them show the main issue, which is the visibility of the roof. They're all looking up at the house. They're not back at the street, which is where most people would see the house. And you can go to Google Street View and you can see just how visible that rooftop is. So that's the prime issue for me, is the diminution of the visual character of the house that these will cause. And Mr. Daniel noted that, this is irreplaceable. It's not quite irreplaceable, but yeah, it's a really significant impact within the community. And when you're talking about 400 houses potentially doing the same thing, so that really is a substantial change to the character of the community. So that's why I reacted so strongly to it.
Yeah, and
because I thought it was
that's a pretty good image.
And there are the ubiquitous trash cans, guys.
Yeah. And I mean, it will be a black sheet of glass up there.
Yeah.
And
it will be irregular. It won't be. You've got a nice
proposal.
It's the vent pipes, I think.
I think what you were proposing was one that tried to correct that.
Yeah, I'll put the tooth in and then it will be completely flat black all the way across. Now, International Firefighting Code, the United States is the only country in the world that follows International Firefighting Code. There has to be a 3-foot path, and I think it was on this backside because that was closest to the trees. And then they have to be up the ridge by 18 inches. And that didn't used to be in Virginia. We used to actually be able to go ridge to ridge and put it there. And actually, we've installed on the Montgomery County Fire Chief's house. And he goes, we shouldn't follow International Firefighting Code because firefighters aren't allowed to get up on a roof if a structure's been on fire for 5 minutes. And the average response time is 7 minutes. So, yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, I didn't cut you off. Go ahead.
There was that one issue that the photographs that we had really don't show what the visibility might be. Alternatives to this, I think we as a board are constrained by the state law that says you can't diminish it by more than 10% or something like that.
Put it on the back would be a 16% diminishing.
Yeah, and that in other words, the solar industry got to the state before we did. And they got that threshold, which is a fairly low threshold.
Well, it's more to save people money, though. It's not to.
However you explain it, we're dealing with.
We're constrained by that requirement. Yeah, we're constrained. We're just recognizing that that's another constraint.
We have to. It's kind of like the demolition that's already taken place. That constraint is already on us, and we're going to have to do something to respond to it. And I would, the other question I had, you've got this 30-year warranty and a 50-year display on a maybe 30-year roof.
Architectural shingles are now 50 years. We have a parent company that is a master roofer, so an HCR.
So this is now a shingle roof?
It is a shingled roof. It's shingled. He shingled it. His roof was leaking, so he went to the architectural timberline shingled roof. It's a 50-year roof. And then by putting solar on, and at my house, we've had solar now for 4 years. First time I asked my wife if she'd like solar, she said no. And you don't ask again. I've been happily married going on 26 years this November. But then we received our biggest bill. It was August 2019. It was $265. She said, would I talk to her about solar? I said, I'd love to. We sat down Thanksgiving because this is my busiest time of the year. We sat down Thanksgiving and she goes, we're going to save money. I said, yes, dear. She goes, why didn't you make me do this 9 months ago? And ladies, you can tell me why you don't make your wife do something she doesn't want to do, because we end up dead or out on the street. So it's about happy wife, happy life.
Okay, and you mentioned that these houses are not terribly energy efficient. Recognize these are historic homes.
Oh, no,
They weren't designed to current energy standards.
Yeah.
And anybody who buys a house in Holland Hills has to acknowledge themselves up front that you're not going to make a net zero house out of this.
Well, he bought it because he loved the architect and he loves this.
Okay. And now the proposal, I think, is going to disfigure the house, and that's my primary concern.
And I would argue that it will be there. It'll be symmetrical. It'll keep the same form, the same foundation. The windows will still be there. We're not switching the interior at all. And the roof line, we're really not switching. And if you mounted them where your solar panels are up at an angle, then we would have sails that are eyesores. And also it structurally limits the roof and it's going to damage the roof and pull off from the roof. Where the way we're doing it, it actually protects those shingles because all the heat hits the panels, not the shingles. And so my attic temperature.
I'm arguing aesthetics, the visual appearance, not the energy efficiency of it and what it will save the homeowner. And I'm concerned about that. You know, what you've described in the illustrations that you had, that planar surface has interruptions, I admit. It's same color, right? Now all of a sudden we're going to have a section that's slightly elevated from that, and you're going to have a frame around that, and then you're going to have a notch in the top center of it. And so that will change the visual character of the roof. That's my primary concern.
I think, I know Ms. Hammock has something to add, and then I think I don't know how much more productive we're gonna get, but I want to.
Like entire seminars could be taught in graduate school about solar panels in historic districts. Like, I think it's that big of a problem and of a concept. I don't believe that every home in a historic district can have solar panels. And when a
4%.
When a homeowner buys in a historic district, I would say you're not guaranteed approval to solar panels because there's so many variants, the location of the building, the direction of the sun, landscaping, streetscape, etc. So in this particular case, I would say the property owner, I'm sorry, is not a candidate for solar panels in this historic district based on our regulations. And that's really puts you in a tough spot because I think you've done a really good job arguing your case, but it's like, I can't be convinced by you because what Mr. Burns was saying, what we're regulating is not even aesthetics, like a negative effect on the special architectural character that is this building. And in the Goodman building, it's the roof line, it's the lineality. I mean, it's all these things we could debate.
Looking at the setting, the feeling, the association that's
exactly.
So is there
in this, and so other buildings in Holland Hills will have historic districts, and we will find them appropriate based on the very specific site constraints of that property owner. And it's just unfortunate. And then our purview is not save energy. That's not what we're here to regulate. That's not our mission statement. It is really important, and I think that, like the case we just saw with the trees, it was really important in that case too. But again, that's not our mission statement.
And so to build on that, one, I printed out, hopefully you've seen our guidelines for this historic overlay district. But the two pages that are the most concerning in my mind is the opening to the specific section, which in the last paragraph, it talks about the views and the view sheds of Holland Hill and how critical they are. And the section on page 64, and you can have this, I've made an extra copy so you can have it. It has the guidelines and has recommended, not recommended for sustainability. And the problem is right now, if I go through this list, I don't think this application achieves the recommended requirements. It falls more in the not recommended requirements regarding how we are looking at upholding our concerns for maintaining and preserving that aesthetic and preserving that historic overlay district. It is obviously a perfectly fine solar roof and probably better than that given how much experience you have. And no one's disagreeing with you on that point. And we've definitely agreed with other folks that come in. No, they're designing a great solar roof. But as Ms. Hammock said, it sounds like the board is conflicted in the sense of, can it be a solar roof that is great and also works with our historic overlay district? For just a forecast since the working session, so in this situation, we're not voting on anything.
No. So the question is, how can I make it? How can I meet your guidelines and meet my homeowners' needs?
I think the problem.
People pleaser. I want to please you guys.
I think the problem is, based on what Joe said and others, is the other alternatives that we've presented result in a non-winning game for the homeowner. That the other location, we're like,
financial burden.
Put it back here, put it back there, it won't work. And so we may very well be heading towards an impasse in this situation. So just to walk you through that, I would obviously make sure this presentation that you bring for, if you're coming back from October, or whichever one it is, you walk through all the considerations we've brought up today and have responses for those. But the ARB could still decide to deny the application. And obviously an applicant can pursue having that overturned by the Board of Supervisors, but we might end up deciding, and that's why I'm highlighting these guidelines, because I have a feeling that if we do, it's going to have to be explicitly citing why we think it's not meeting those requirements, because it's not going to be it shouldn't be the motion. If it occurs, it shouldn't be a motion that says we're just doing it because we don't like it. It has to be driven by the rules that govern this board. And right now, we're not seeing a design that can align with our guidelines. And I don't know if I can find one for you either.
So Mr. Daniel. Yes, ma'am.
Color of the new shingles.
They're darker gray than this one. They're mid gray. They're not this light gray.
With that,
I think color has a lot to do with it. Following up on what you said, yes, if the shingles were the same color as the.
If they did a charcoal shingle, yes, like what's on my home.
That would be less.
That would be less
of an issue. And if you have the ability to create non-solar panels to fill in the notch.
Yeah, we can put an actual solar panel right here.
Yeah, I'm talking about the notch where
the bend pipes coming out. So by law, you cannot do that because it goes against plumbing code and all of those things.
You put a roof surface up. Why can't you put a?
Well, the bend pipes are there. That's why nothing can go there. The pipes that literally.
I'm not talking about putting a solar panel there. I'm talking about putting a panel that will mimic
a black panel that would allow the penetrations to go through it.
It could be made out of plywood or no, not plywood. Make it out of.
Could you put? I guess what John's saying is, could you put something there that's the same color of the panels, allow the penetrations through it, that would add to. The panels are going, John. I don't know if I like that either.
The panels are black monocrystalline glass. Polycrystalline are the blue panels with gray frames. So this is a black sheet of glass. Even if I put black plywood up there, it would fade, and then you're gonna have bent pipes sticking through there. Just like bent pipes stick through everybody's house. Everybody has bent pipes. You can't get rid of them, and we have to get rid of the smell from our bathrooms. And some of those are for our gas furnaces as well.
I think we're at a situation where I don't know if we can offer any other ideas that.
Okay. So what I'll ask Mr. Daniel, so I know my client wants to come here next time and be present. He wasn't coming for the workshop, but he'll be here in October because he does care about this tremendously. Also, one of the regulations of the 30% tax credit, this is going away, probably good chance it's going away at the end of this year. So he needs to be installed by December. He's also an attorney by general, and he also knows the regs that when he replaced his roof, which he did, he can get 30% off on the roof as well. So he's looking for the feasibility and the economics of his whole family, and that's the reason why he did the roof. And the roof was leaking, let me replace it, let me get a tax credit so I can save money, and let me do the solar. So the savings on the roof and the savings on the solar kind of paid for the projects on it. So if you would deny it when he comes in October, what are the next steps, or are there any?
So if an application is denied by the ARB, a person can always come back again and submit it like you're doing now. They can also ask for it to be, in my understanding, Daniel, is for it to be overturned by the Board of Supervisors. That's the process. It doesn't happen very often because we obviously frequently try to get to a yes situation.
Yeah.
But we are a regulatory board that obviously is beholden to the Board of Supervisors. They can say, hey, you know what? We don't agree with what the ARB said and we're going to go against it. That's why I'm highlighting, if we did make that decision, it would have to be driven very specifically by the guidelines and rules that guide us. Because otherwise, we don't want it to appear one. It's truly needs to be a decision that the ARB feels we can't meet our goals, all that. So your applicant has avenues to do that. I have not personally been through those yet. So I had that in my time being chair.
So I just know his background. I know he wants this, and he was pretty upset that he had to wait till this point. And so I had a long conversation with Daniel about this too, because I'm in a rough spot.
Yeah, and I'm one voice on the board. I'm just reflecting the general opinions I've heard. We're gonna have to vote, and we'll probably be doing a roll call vote because, and I can't. It sounds like there are several folks that are against the concept, but I can't tell you right now. It just doesn't seem super favorable right now based on the concept here. We're just.
So what I'm asking though is, how can I get it more favorable? How can I? So I don't want to have to go to the Board of Supervisors.
I know. How
long would that take beyond our meeting in October?
I have no idea, honestly. I'd have to. Daniel would have to, and he may not have much.
I don't know if there's a section of the zoning ordinance I can send you which outlines the process for an appeal. It says any person aggrieved by any decision of the ARB may appeal the decision to the Board of Supervisors. The appeal must include the grounds for appeal and be filed in writing with the clerk to the board within 30 days. There is nothing that mandates when the Board of Supervisors must hear the appeal, just that it has to be appealed within 30 days of the ARB decision.
Yeah.
So I can't speak to the.
Again, it comes out of our hands and goes into that body's hands at that point. And unfortunately, I think from hearing from our members is we're flummoxed to provide you an answer that isn't resulting in not achieving the goal that you need to achieve as an industry person, or just not doing it. Like it seems we're struggling due to, I think Ms. Hammock said it best with her, sometimes it seems like we can't make this work with the property, which is also in this HOD. That is a constraint that these properties operate under, being in this historic overlay district.
So the new regs that are written here that we will need to meet when we come in October.
Guidelines, not
guidelines.
These are, every historic overlay district has guidelines.
Right. So
and there is it's like a 70-page document for Holland Hills.
Right.
It has a section that specifically speaks to solar.
Okay. And so how did the other house meet those guidelines, and how does this one not meet?
It's a good question. I'd have to go back and look at our notes on that.
That's why I'm asking you, because you guys are the experts.
My suggestion, just as a workshop, is I would ask Daniel to share you the information on that approval, and look at how it went, because if I recall, it was a contentious approval as well.
It was a 5-4 vote.
Okay, so
but it did get approved, and I'm not saying me. I'm saying this young man who hired me.
Yes, I understand.
Is an attorney. He's like, but Paul, they've already approved this, and he's like, he keeps asking me why. What can
I think that does? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Zell.
Well, I'm a lawyer.
Okay, and I'm not. I'm a school biology teacher. Hydrology.
Yeah, so I'm an employment lawyer. I'll get a race discrimination case or a gender discrimination case. Just because I have 2 gender discrimination cases, it doesn't mean they're the exact same. Every case is different, and here every property is different. And what me personally, I'm not speaking for the.
Yeah.
I'm struggling with is I agree with the chairman and others about the view shed and those issues. There's also some in there that says Goodman was in favor of using the latest technologies and energy efficiency, which I think is favorable to you. But I think the other language in there about view sheds and how visible this would be is not as favorable to you. And I know you're looking for feedback, and I don't know what other feedback to give you other than that. And then you're gonna have to make a presentation and we're gonna have to take a vote on it.
Yeah. And I would highly encourage relying on this document as part of the basis for your argument.
And I will present that to Mr. Park, and I'm sure he'll go through it with a fine tooth comb and give you.
Because that was part of the struggle we had with our current guidelines for our other districts. They are very vague. They date from 92. Holland Hills was made an HOD much more recently, and it had much more process.
When did it come out though? That's what I was asking.
The guidelines, good grief.
Spring 2022.
2022, there you go. Spring.
The last time I was here in April of 23, we met the threshold.
Is that you're referring to the other project?
Yes, that's on the street.
By a vote of 1, apparently. So,
but that's how presidents win the presidency, and so we would gladly take a vote of 1 to win a presidency. But then it's somebody who hates solar.
Each house is unique. Each project is unique. And this time we have the wisdom of seeing what our actions caused to the other house. And my reaction in particular is, oh my God, we have got that approved.
I know you voted against it last time, Mr.
Yeah.
Parks,
Yeah.
and it's fine.
Yeah.
It is fine because this is America. Everybody has a choice. But if it's a 5-4 vote, I know he wants to
We
at
don't
least.
have the same people as we did then either.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that you just, that's, you've got as much as you can from this tonight.
yeah.
Okay.
I think the problem
I
is,
just want to be able to tell him because it's.
my frank assessment of this is, it doesn't seem as favorable as it was last time for solar, given the board's prior experience.
Okay.
Given
and
basically the walkthrough, we're looking at
And
this.
I was here earlier and I heard that they're willing to meet with somebody. And sir, are you in Holland Hills as well?
Close by.
Okay. But I know you are.
Yep.
And I understand.
Well, I'll get you, Joe.
So would somebody be willing to meet with Mr. Park?
All he has to do is call and ask. Yeah.
It sounds like a particular.
And if he needs some sort of legal perspective, I'd be happy to talk to him. But they are the architects, not me.
Can't have 3 of us in agreement.
Yeah, I can't do it with them at the same time. That's right.
Well, I already know Mr. Burns is a hell no. So that's not a favorable one to start with because it's fine. Because not everybody's going to like everything. And I'm not asking for everybody on the board to like it. I'm just asking for an open mind and to follow the guidelines to get it passed as we did last time. I'm not saying that we will. I just want to follow the guidelines.
I guess I'll frame it to you as someone who I would say is my vote is more unpredictable. Justification tied to these is going to be a key thing for me because this is the rule set in which I use to interpret the project, and these guidelines are going to help me. So any presentation that comes here, walking me through how you think it meets those guidelines is going to be critical, and it stands for quite a few other members. That's the same thing.
Ray Sola.
Same for me.
And Joe, you got your hand up, so I want to let you, because I realize the hour is getting so late. I want to let you have your, because I don't want to, I think that's about as much as we could share, but Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm going to just reiterate is we gave you options. I know they may not be the most efficient ones, but will that suffice for the owner to have a less efficient solar roof, but he gets some solar? Period.
Bravo. The designs that we have, and we started option 1. Just a straw poll, not a hard vote, just a straw poll. Do we have any approvals for this, or is this a hell no?
I mean, I think most of us would tell you that's a much better option.
Sorry, that's Mr. Twix.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the view shed. It's hidden from view. It's definitely a.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever we approve, you say is gonna last for 50 years. So I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, now he may,
decision.
Now what he may have to do is, I don't know, is he allowed to remove those trees?
Yes.
You could prune them back.
We don't govern trees. We don't govern trees.
We don't govern trees.
Well, some communities do, because I did have a community where they weren't allowed to remove trees and a grandmother was killed by the tree that fell down.
Oh, my goodness.
No, okay, well, that's not us.
You may want to take a picture with the current dark.
Yes.
Like
That may help too.
Absolutely. So this is a yes. And this was brought up by you guys. You said, what if we use this flat roof and this back part of the roof? Is that a yes?
Yes, but you can also put that front part on the back side like you did the other one. So the flat roof and a combination of the other one, in my opinion. Don't put anything on the front roof. You know, that's sacred to us.
I think without going, the front roof is the concern we have, is
Right.
currently as presented, it's going to be so jarring now. If options that avoid that front roof are really gonna be seen more favorably.
Okay.
That's good. Perfect. Good. Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
And so none of the other options will work then?
Not likely, is what I get the impression.
Okay.
They don't seem like they come favorably.
Okay.
And the information on the existing shingles, great. Take the current picture from the street, bring us the most recent photo you can get from the street showing the building. Come in with all that information, a discussion on these guidelines. And I mean, we'll see where the votes lie. I mean, I can't give you a prediction, but you can better your odds.
Okay. And how many people are on the board?
11.
11.
11.
Okay. And was it 11 back in 2023?
Yeah, well, I don't know if we had a
No.
We've been gaining members because we had vacancies. So you're seeing the current slate minus one member who I need to follow up with now because I haven't seen him in a while. That worries me.
Absent.
Yes.
Hopefully he's alive and
Yes, I hope so.
doing well.
We have one other member but that's it. This is the formation you've got here.
Okay. And then so we would need to win on a 6-5 vote, essentially.
Depending on who's here, we have to have a quorum of 6
Okay.
at any given point. So
I think of any other.
everyone's feeling healthy right now, so you might have a full house, but
That's fine. I'm prefer.
no, I'm just telling you, I think those are all factors that, but it's majority of present members for the quorum.
Now, if we meet all those guidelines with solar on the front, would we pass the vote?
I mean, you're asking each one of us of different.
No, I'm saying, but if we're following the rule of the law.
Well,
The rule of law is that we get to vote based on how we feel.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're missing the subtleties of,
Okay.
as a board, that
I was telling you that my thoughts are really tied to this and these rules. So that's
But it doesn't, the vote has.
every member of this board is here as a professional as well as their own personal viewpoint. So it's,
Yes.
we're complicated. I get that.
Well, I'm just, all right, so on the board, can I ask what everybody does? So we're,
Well, you have several architects. We have an archaeologist. I'm an architectural historian. You have a lawyer. You have our ex officio history commission member, and you have another architectural historian.
preservationist.
Yeah, historian. And then you have an engineer who's not here right now.
okay.
So there you go.
We
That's,
have
And you have a
landscape
landscape
and a landscape architect,
You have a
Joe.
landscape
It's
architect.
because you're not here, Joe. It's because you're not here. I keep missing
Okay,
you.
I'm
I'm
so
sorry.
But I'm also a solar panel salesman on the weekends.
Amen.
All right, I think
Well,
for the
thank you,
sake of
sir.
the hour, I think.
Okay, I'm just trying to
I know you are.
get as much data as I can.
Joe, do you have a hand up for someone else, or can we close the? Okay, he's saying he's good.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've given you about all we can without getting too late in the hour. So I really appreciate you staying with us.
Yeah, I was-
I'm assuming we're going to see you whenever you come back. October, okay,
Hopefully I won't be at the end of the night.
okay.
We won't, it'll be an action.
Joe, you'll be in action item, so you won't be at the end of the night. Workshops only get the end of the night. Okay,
All right, thank you so much for your time, and I'm sorry.
all right.
Wasted you guys' time.
No, you didn't waste our, we're here, we serve on this purpose, so you're here exactly for the purpose we're here for.
And that's why I wanted to come, because I was like, I want to get this, but Daniel said you might not get a yes.
We're a tricky group. All right, no presentations. Board and staff items. Let's go through this fast, folks. Review and action for approval of the previous month's minutes on July 11th. I see a motion from Mr. Zellman.
Thank you.
I move the ARB approve the July 11, 2024 meeting minutes and pay the clerk Corinne Vbeck.
A second,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Murray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstention. Motion passes. Oh, Mr. Polinsky is abstaining.
Wasn't here.
All right, Treasury report, ending balance as of August 31st, 2024, $27,849.59. Nothing to add on that point. Administrative reimbursement requests, Ms. Murray.
I would like to request that the ARB reimburse an expense of $175 to participate in the virtual forum virtual only component of the Forum 2024 of NAPC.
Right. We have a motion. Is there a second to approve the funding and disbursement request? Seconded by Mr. Burns. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carry. Oh,
You want another motion?
oh, I wanted to make sure it wasn't an abstention. Okay, and John, you have a motion to make.
I have a similar motion. I would like to request that the ARB reimburse me an expense of $1,200 for continuing education. The expense includes registration and a training workshop at the APT conference on November 12th to 16th, 2024.
Have a second, Mr. Burns' request. Seconded by Mr. Kalinsky. It's felt like the folks want to have discussion on that one. I just want,
Wait, can you say that again? Where's the APT conference?
It's in Montreal, Canada.
Oh, and it's this November?
Yes.
Oh,
okay. And I'll point out that while we allot a certain amount per member, just for discussion's sake, we also do have a surplus budget right now. So it's my understanding, Daniel, we can accommodate this request without hinging on our secretarial money.
Correct. It is the ARB's money to spend.
Okay, thank you, Daniel, for that clarification for folks. You all tugged on your collar when John gave that amount. This is, all right, we have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions?
those jealous.
Mr. Burns can line up for next year. Everyone. All right, draft budget request, Daniel.
Yes, that was included in everyone's packet. Joe, it's also an Ignite if you'd like to look along. This is going to be brought in October for a vote of approval, but I wanted to get to everyone ahead of time. So essentially, we are repeating all of your line items that were approved with the current fiscal year budget. With the addition of the one-time technology request of $16,500 for a suite of tablets or laptops for use by the ARB during the conducting of meetings. We made that request last year, which was denied. I'm proposing we continue to make that request so that it is documented.
Where would they go when we're not using them during the meeting? Is it stored in the office?
It would be, there's a lot of negotiation.
Okay, sorry.
Still to be worked, but we got to get the money first.
Yes, the request of staff is that it would be supported by the county IT department, essentially Channel 16, who supports the other regulatory boards. So all of those numbers on the right side above 16,000 are the same. I would just like to remind everyone that we did get the requested increase to support up to 20 meetings per fiscal year, which was up from the standard 11 that we were at before this July. We have come dangerously close during several months to hosting 2 meetings, but so far I've not done that. I am anticipating we will have to hold a special meeting solely for design guideline adoption because we have 14 documents that will be coming through for adoption and discussion.
You all can decide whether or not this was better or you want to meet again on Monday.
Could we move the meeting up 5 or something on the days we have long agendas, or is the room taken?
I would have to.
You didn't put an announcement for that.
The advertising, okay.
We could, that's something that could happen. I can't speak right now if this room is taken before.
The meeting or the portion of the meeting, if there's a design guidelines adoption, there's no public comment or member.
The ARB is one of 4 boards that makes decisions related to permits or regulations and is not allowed to meet entirely virtually.
It's gonna be, this one's gonna be a big shebang.
Is that the question?
That is exactly.
Okay.
Yes. And generally speaking, are there portions of any meetings that could be moved to a virtual, like a day 2 overflow? No. Okay.
We have talked about though.
Like the admin stuff.
Having
exactly this portion.
No, we're unfortunately, the state made those calls for us.
ARB is one of 5 boards in the county that cannot meet all virtual.
We can also pursue options of holding our meetings, not just here, because I recognize there are several people that drive very far. There's quite a few, but that we have hosted them in other parts of the county at other times. We just have to make arrangements.
I have a lovely 150
So
year willing.
we've done it at Lorton Workhouse. We've done it at several facilities. So we can definitely try. And
No one comes.
I'm not the chair next year, but I would encourage Daniel for next year to try for us to plan a few more of them that are,
Chair next year.
we gotta vote on one.
Vote on that.
I can't be them. Yeah, it sounds like a candidate, but just presented themselves.
Term limited. He's got 3 years.
But I would encourage we consider that given some of these longer meetings to help folks get that kind of relief if we don't want to do 2 back to back on Monday. I don't mean to sideline that, but Daniel and I, both with the poll, made the decision, rather than making it all come back out Monday for 2, what would probably have been long meetings, let's just do it once. Do you need a motion on that?
I don't need a motion. I do need to know if there are any other budget requests before I bring this back to you for a vote. Because basically I'll bring back almost this exact same sheet. You will vote to approve it, and then I will compile all the documents for submittal within a week.
On the
We have an extension.
special projects, you intentionally did not put that into the,
Correct. That's kind of eating into the surplus. So the ARB previously approved up to $750 for refreshments at the camp training. And then the 200 or the other 250 has kind of covered the lectern purchase, nameplates for the new members in the past year, and business cards.
I thought there was another membership we were trying to get to gain us access to something, and now that's left my mind. Some other source.
The court, I don't remember the acronym, court record. That's the one we spoke about most recently in a.
I don't have it in my head, so it obviously wasn't that important.
It was, I'll be brief. I was trying to find historical data and discovered that there is a way to look at older deeds without having to go to the courthouse because they've all been scanned, but it's a subscription service. And
that was,
and I asked Daniel about that. Apparently you don't even have access to it yet, so.
Yeah, we have one person in our branch.
Yeah, it's like, so the county guards that very jealously, but it protects the people who do title research. You know, they pay it as a business expense. Here we are doing work on behalf of the county and we can't get access to it.
I'm looking into it to see if we.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
That was
what I was thinking of.
I brought that up. That's my fault.
Okay.
But I'm not hearing any other.
Not hearing any additional
line item.
And I will be working.
To make a detailed explanation and write it all out, and it's a lot of work, so he doesn't want to hear it.
I'm also supposed to do a letter for you justifying again the technology requirement, correct? Endorsing it to advocate it to planning, because while planning, they've been supportive of it, it did make it, so we're going to keep echoing that point.
I will tell everyone, every agency that is submitting a budget request has been told not to exceed the amount that you submitted last fiscal year. So I recognize that the one-time technology request will likely not be supported, but we need to continue to request it for future support for the work that this board does.
Appreciate your ambition.
May I say something before you talk about the Dunlawing?
Sure.
When we were reviewing the landscape plan, I felt like I didn't have enough information. So there was a cultural landscape report done for Laurel Hill by John Milner's firm in 2009. And it talks about Laurel Hill, but it has a whole chapter on the penitentiary. So I sent it to you and I'm going to read it. It has some aerials from the 30s showing tree coverage and stuff, so that the next time that comes forward, I kind of have a better understanding of the landscape history. So I sent it to Daniel. If anyone else wants to.
Please share it. That'd be helpful.
Will do.
Okay. ARB letter, RE Dunloring School Rezoning. As you all saw, I was pretty spicy in my letter to our fellow boards about Dunloring. Daniel was able to share me a bunch of information about it, and I've also spoken with at least one member of the Planning Commission about it, so they're aware. Obviously, we indicated presenting that's going to be putting the materials for those boards, but it could always benefit from someone being at those meetings. the two that were listed, the 19th? No, I'm gonna,
October 9th is the planning commission. Board of Supervisors is October 22nd.
yes, there we go. So we have presence there. Our letter will be there regardless, but I think the concern is they just chose, I'm gonna be blunt here because it's late. They never came to us. There were plenty of opportunities for them to come to us. Many other groups have elected to seek our input and advice. They did not. And I honestly feel like it's because they feel that they don't need to. That's my take on it, and I hope my letter rebuked them of that. All right, awesome. Updates.
None. I just have my branch update.
Okay, Heritage Branch update.
Yeah, so that was distributed via Ignite. The biggest thing that I'd like to call everyone's attention to is the NAPC camp training sign out. I sent that out earlier this week. I had previously sent out a save the date. I thought that we were going to be registering you, but everyone has to register themselves. Apologies.
When do we need to do that by?
As soon as possible.
Okay.
Attendance cap. And it was just distributed today to all.
Goodness.
So
So tonight, is what you're saying.
I would recommend, we can work around because we're the hosts, but if you're going to join us, it's going to be in person on October 18th across the street, Community Building. You all are providing refreshments. We have 6 sessions. We're having a planning meeting with NAPC next week, so we're very excited about it. It also automatically counts towards your CLG training requirement for the year. And I will not have to pester you about what training you've done. If you attend, I'll just include that one. And it will be coming with 6 AIA credits, which I've already forgotten classification. I just told Kate.
2 or HSW.
2 or HSW. So they'll be able to facilitate that record for anyone who needs AIA credits as part of their continuing education.
Is anyone going to the ABT symposium next Friday at the Arlington National Cemetery? Oh, we do. I'm so excited.
What was the Holland Hills thing that you were talking about too?
Oh, yeah, that looks so cool.
There is a symposium on Charles Goodman and his residential architecture in the Washington, DC area. It starts tomorrow evening and continues through Sunday. It includes presentations by people like Richard Guy Wilson from the University of Virginia and Jody Lahandra, who was the resident architect for the University of Virginia's historic campus. Greg Hunt, who's a scholar on Goodman.
I get reimbursed for the 3.
John Carter, who was a former ARB member who's now on the Planning Commission, is on a session. And then there's going to be tours of houses in Rock Creek Wood and Hammond Wood in Maryland. And I think 1 or maybe 2 units in Hickory Cluster in Reston. And Holland Hills had their house and garden tour earlier this year, so they're going to have a walking tour there as well. So interesting.
Yeah.
Can you give us your presentation?
Potentially could, but it would take all of your time. We'd be here past midnight.
Maybe some on slow.
I think it's being organized by what's called the Friends of Holland Hills. And I believe that they're going to record it and then post it.
Great.
Good. Great. Congratulations for doing
Old business.
I do have one other thing to call out from the staff report.
Oh, go ahead.
The branch update. The staff reports, we're anticipating having draft samples for you all to look at before October's meeting. So we are about to start round 4 of our internal testing. It's moving along very well. We've ironed out a lot of the kinks in the system, and then want you all to see them before we consider implementation. So that project, we can't start using them in every meeting until we have adopted guidelines, because they're relying on the adopted guidelines.
Well,
So those are kind of on parallel tracks.
Will those be made available to the public or just internal?
Staff reports?
Yeah.
Yes, they will be published via Ignite. So to comply with VFOIA, anything that is distributed to a member of a BAC has to also be simultaneously made available to the public, which we do so by posting in Ignite at the same time. In terms of county record keeping, we will be uploading a copy into the Plus record of the ARB application, along with whatever letter comes of the case.
Okay.
Be accessible to anyone who can look up any record of Plus.
It's awesome. Yeah. Can't wait.
So we're excited about that. And then we're currently still combing through all the feedback from the design guidelines and preparing the final, maybe the penultimate round of edits for traceries before adoption and adoption with any last lingering edits, hopefully before the end of the year.
They're gonna get locked in.
Yeah.
Oh, lights just turned on. It's like, the whole wall just went dark on us.
We might be the only ones.
Georgia.
Okay. Is there any new business?
I wanna,
Oh,
I go ahead very quick. At the July, Lake and Economical Vision Study has a presentation, so I attended that one. They kind of told everybody about their economical study related with the residential study and the possible commercial use study. So that's all good, and all the information is available online. What I want to highlight is their next step is they are four major players in that commercial part of the site. They are the church, LACA, Resident Association, and the Chiji Foundation, two on the west side of the lake and two on east side of the lake. They are going to talk to them. My understanding is they are very interested in cooperate with this master plan to either change the purpose of their property by trading back to help to help Lake Ann with some improvement. But those are not public meetings because they are private sector. However, once the meeting results, the meeting is done, there will be presentation to the Lake Ann community again. So I will continue monitoring on that front and report back. Like a mole.
thank you, Samantha.
Oh, welcome.
Joe, looked like you had something too.
Yeah, just one thing. I just wanted to express my really frustration with the Park Service, County Park Service, regarding the one building being torn down at Mount Gilead. But I do see the workhouse going that same path if they don't get their act together. I think I'm very, very concerned about the boiler plant. It's an unbelievable building. It's all the roof right now is caving in on it. Okay, it's going to be the same situation for several buildings out there. I don't know how we can express ourselves any louder than these hearings, but it's just I'm pretty upset because we're on this board, but we don't get any respect for what we have monitored in the past. That's all. Sorry to frustrate and keep everybody late. I'm just venting.
Now, Joe, we can always write more letters. As I said to the Park Authority, if they had came to us earlier in the opportunity to bring us assistance, we could. So if you think there's a letter we should convey as the board, Daniel has been greatly appreciative of us doing that in some situations where staff can't say those things. So we can. So if you think of a situation, we don't do it now. But if you think of a way that we could convey that, let me know, or our future chair, talk to them. I hope they're just as ambitious.
Yeah, I think we need to act before it's too late on some things. I mean, just like that, the ballpark stands and dugout. They're in disrepair. They'll never fix them. It's going to cost too much to fix them. Just yes, there's several places on the workhouse that are in jeopardy. We'll never have them. in the future.
All right.
So we can talk.
On a positive note, Funny Man Brewery is open.
That's wonderful, but you look pretty lonely out there, though. You look pretty lonely.
It was pretty quiet.
Yeah.
But you didn't tell me you were going. All right.
Later.
Okay.
Take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So,
Thanks, you
done.
guys.
We adjourn.
Appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Hey, Joe.
See you. Peace, man.